Okay, no feedback? Cool. Are we good to go? Yeah. Okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome for braving the weather. We're still 2 panel members short, but we have a quorum, so we're going to start. Good morning. Welcome to Happy New Year. Welcome to the first hearing of 2026. My name is Stan Komarek. I'll be chairing this morning. I just want to introduce my fellow panel members, Natalia Popovic on my far left, Laura Alderson on my left, Dominic Golly somewhere in the TTC system, soon to be here hopefully, and Don apparently is not going to make it, so we're just going to go with the 4 of us. I'd also like to introduce Barbara Bertozik, our Deputy Secretary Treasurer for Etobicoke, and I will start with some introductory remarks. In accordance with sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from provisions of the zoning that apply to property, permissions to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consent to sever properties to create new lots. I'd like to do a land acknowledgement. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Our hearing procedure today. Committee of Adjustment hearings are now conducted in a hybrid in-person virtual format. Some applicants participate in submissions in person, participate virtually. Meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually have registered in advance, will be connected to their computer, tablet, smartphone, etc., and have the option of participating via video. Automatically muted on entry. When your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator, 1 person at a time. Those participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to panelist when your item is being called. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time, and all other reinstated as an attendee. Copies of the decision of the committee. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must fill out a decision request card. Those participating virtually need to submit a written request for decision by email. Email address as a Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the local appeal body, to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, or in some limited circumstances to the. However, recent planning amendment acts generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions, and now only the applicant, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and public bodies that are specified in the Planning Act are permitted to appeal decisions of the committee. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. Each item will be called. When you make your submissions, where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with her presentation. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are asked to advise the chair should they wish to the committee. The committee may ask questions and or take the matter into the committee for a decision. If we think your application is quite straightforward, we may ask you if you really want to do that presentation or not. Each speaker, including the application, will be given a minimum of 5 minutes to address the committee. We will comment, or I will comment when you're reaching that or at that 5-minute mark. Any presentation or other material you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept materials at the hearing today. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation. As noted before, we will not really entertain revisions at the hearing today. In the event that they are extensive, we may defer the application if it is in need of substantial revision to ensure that the application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Secondly, individuals either in support or opposition of the application will be able to speak. Room first, and those participating online. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after each speaker has finished their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent will be provided with an opportunity to rebut, but only those issues that were raised by the... Okay, just to the top of the agenda then, our first item is a confirmation of minutes of the last meeting. So that would have been December of 2021. I don't know if anyone was at that meeting.
Confirm those minutes.
Thank you, Ms. Etobicoke. Is there a seconder? You weren't there?
I wasn't there.
Neither was I, but okay.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, all in favor? Okay, the minutes are approved. I will ask if there are declarations of interest of any panel members or staff of any of the items in the morning agenda. Okay, seeing none. The next item we would like to get to would be requests for deferrals and closed, but I think we do have some deferrals.
Yes, Mr. Chair, no files to be closed. We have items 4 and 8 with
Okay.
deferral requests from the applicants.
So if we could deal with the deferrals before we go to the top of the agenda. So the first one being number 4, which is 13 Lakeshore Drive. Let me find my speakers list.
Good morning. My name is Greg Stefanian from
Good morning.
13 Lakeshore Drive.
Good morning, sir. You're asking us to defer this.
Yes, we are.
Okay.
We've made minor changes to the plans to include reduction of one side yard setback, and have had a zoning review completed, but not in time to
Okay.
submit for this.
Normally,
for this
I
meeting here.
don't really have an issue with deferrals, but given that you're in a different situation, you're under an order to comply
Correct.
because your structure is already under construction. So my
Mm-hmm.
question to you then is, have you ceased construction?
Correct. We have secured the site. It's tarped over and secured for the winter.
Okay, and what you're proposing then is different than what we have before us?
Just a minor additional reduction in the side yard setback. Correct.
Okay, and you don't have the zoning review available yet?
We do have the zoning review. It was completed just the other day. I've submitted it to Adam Wills, who I've been in communication with at the committee.
Okay, so you don't know what variances it's going to trigger, though?
No, the zoning review is completed, so it does list the new zoning variances, correct?
Okay, but we don't have the drawings that reflect that?
The drawings were also submitted to Adam.
Okay, but they're not the ones that are before us?
I believe you're correct. Adam had suggested that...
Mr. Chair, there's new variances that were not on the original public
Okay,
notice.
so it's not on the
Yes.
notice, so we have,
He didn't clarify.
okay. Fair enough.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification.
Okay,
yes.
yeah, so the notice would be incorrect, and therefore, it's an automatic deferral.
Correct.
Okay, so I need a motion?
Motion to defer at the request of the applicant.
Thanks, thank you, Natalia.
And seeing that it's an automatic deferral, I'll second that.
Thank you, Laura. All in favor? Okay, item 4 is deferred. Thank you, Greg.
Thank you. That's all for today.
Thank
me.
you, sir. Item 8 is the other deferral request, 138 Perry Crescent. And the applicant is Enzo.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, committee members. My name is Enzo Lacasano from Arch TWG.
Good day, sir. You're also requesting to defer your item?
Yes, due to some comments that forestry and neighbors have written in, we'd like to deal with those issues before proceeding.
Okay, I mean, forestry's given you an alternative to refusal as well, but I think you still want to take the time to deal with them, I guess.
Yes, please.
No problem. Okay. There was another speaker on this item.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have an area resident from 136 Perry Crescent, and I'm going to unmute them now. Jennifer Akalitis. Jennifer Akalitis, you should be unmuted now.
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Good morning. So the applicant wants to do some further discussions with yourselves and with forestry. I'm assuming you're not opposed to that?
No, I'm not opposed if they'd like to chat about the issues that were outlaid in the letter.
Okay,
Could you just
excellent.
state your address, please?
Oh, I am 136 Perry. I'm directly to the east
Thank you.
of the property.
Just while I've got you, I'm just going to give you a footnote because we did read your letters of objection.
Okay.
And I don't know if it was in yours or in the other one where there was a suggestion that the drainage should go underground into the street ditch. Just to let you know, that's actually not allowed. So,
Okay. That was the other one, but I did read it.
okay, so we can't entertain that because the city wouldn't allow that.
Okay. Fair
Just
enough.
as an FYI. Okay, thanks. Committee members then?
I'm prepared to make a motion, seeing that the applicant is wanting to work with urban forestry and also deal with some of the neighborhood issues. I'm moving for deferral.
Thank you, Laura.
Yes, second that, please.
Thank you, Natalia. All in favor? Okay, item 8 is also deferred. So back to the top of the agenda. Item 1. Okay, so the first item is 19 Edenbridge Drive. This is an application to construct a second and third story addition above the existing detached dwelling. There are 7 variances being requested. Forestry is requesting condition 2 in the event of approval. We have 4 letters of objection, and that's all we have. Now, Anthony Gornick is the agent.
Hello, Anthony Gornick here as the agent for 19 Edenbridge.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. This application is related to the renovation and addition over top of the existing footprint of the existing home. The addition is for a full second story and a partial third story. The homeowners wish to renovate the existing home as they have done extensive landscape work over the years and wish to maintain this. During the review process, this application has been deemed as an extensive renovation, and the minor variances related to the minimum front yard setback, the minimum required side yard setback, the minimum permitted building length, and the maximum permitted building depth are all existing conditions that do not conform to the current zoning code and as such are legal and non-conforming conditions. The minor variances related to the addition and new conditions for the FSI are new, and we are proposing an FSI of 541 square meters where 458 square meters is permitted. So as such, we require a variance of 83 square meters. In our research, the current home that was recently built at 11 Edenbridge is fairly consistent with the variances that we were requesting today. The permitted maximum height for this area, for this property, is 9.5 meters to the highest roof, highest point of the roof, and we're requesting 9.84 meters as a maximum roof height, requesting a variance of 0.34 meters. Also in our research, we found that there's 2 homes in the direct vicinity that had height variances granted, again, 11 Edenbridge and across the street at 16 Edenbridge. And we find this variance to be fairly minor and consistent with the area. And the final new variance in our submission is related to an architectural feature that is a sort of gated side entry to the proposed design. The bylaw allows for any encroachments for these architectural features of 0.6 meters into a setback, and we propose our encroachment to be 1.22 meters. This feature is fundamentally just a masonry pier that will act as a post or a fence post for a entry to the rear yard landscaping. So that is our submission today. We find this application to be fairly minor and consistent with the general complexion of EDENBRIDGE Drive.
Thank you, sir. We'll leave it at that. Any questions?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if you had those comparables, why weren't they submitted with the application?
Well, yeah, we do have a covering letter that we submitted, and in our covering letter, we are noting these comparables.
Okay, so they're exactly, as you stated, they're exactly there.
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
And it's number 16 and number 11 are both higher.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, we have another speaker, area resident, Raymond Giamba.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I will unmute them momentarily. Raymond Ziemba, you are now unmuted.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. If you would just get your address for the record, and then you can do your presentation.
Yep, Raymond Jemba from SGL Planning and Design. We're located at 1547 Bloor Street West.
Thank you. And you're representing?
So we're representing 15, 17, and 21 EDENBRIDGE, as well as 44 Hartfield Road.
Okay. Go ahead.
Perfect. So thank you for the opportunity to speak. If you can please pull up our firm's planning letter dated January 8th. As mentioned, I'm representing pretty much the adjacent property owners. And to be clear, I do not oppose the second or third addition, nor maintaining the existing side yard setbacks. Rather, specific issues related to the floor-to-ceiling windows along the side yard in conjunction with the reduced side yard setback, as well as the proposed architectural projection into the west side yard setback. So before we get started, I just want to, as the applicant has mentioned, I just want to give a little characterization of the street. If you flip to photo 2 in our letter, so the street is really characterized by single detached dwellings, generous front yard setbacks, large side yard setbacks, and old growth trees lining the street. So this kind of gives you a sense of the pattern along the street. So flipping to figure 2. So although this variance, the side yard setback, although this variance is to maintain an existing condition that is less than what the bylaw requires, the proposal does add floor to ceiling windows along the west side yard. So that's shown on figure 2 of the planning letter. So the intent of a side yard setback is really to provide appropriate separation between buildings and to mitigate impacts related to overlook and access. So as shown on the screen right now, this will result in 11 new windows along the west elevation, which in my opinion is an over-reliance on the side yard. Due to reduced side yard setbacks, the impacts of overlooks are exacerbated by the impacts of the floor to ceiling windows on the first and second story, which together does not meet the intent of the zoning bylaw. So moving on, the second concern we have is the side yard projection. So if you flip to figure 3 in our letter, please. So in addition, the applicant is proposing a brick side yard gate wall that encroaches, as I mentioned, 1.22 meters into the proposed 1.45 meter side yard setback. This is delineated by approximately the red bubble on the screen. So first, this architectural design is really an extension of the building's facade and roof line, and has the effect of making the house appear much wider and pretty much kind of gives the appearance of no side yard setback. And to be frank, with a frontage of 75 feet, it's kind of unclear why you can't provide an unencumbered side yard setback, especially when a wooden fence or a gate would have the same effect. And just to be clear, an architectural projection, the intent of an architectural projection in the zoning bylaw is very clear. It's for columns, architectural columns, or like things like chimneys. It's not really intended to prevent an extension of the front facade. So in my opinion, the projection of a solid stone wall only exacerbates an already reduced side yard setback and does not meet the intent. Lastly, if you want to jump to the opposition presentation materials and flip to the second photo that I submitted, I did attend I attended a site walk with urban forestry to inspect the trees in the adjacent neighboring properties on Tuesday this week. And if you look at the photo package that was submitted, 21 EDENBRIDGE has a tree that pretty much projects over 19 EDENBRIDGE. And I do think it was a bit misleading that the applicant didn't stated there was no impact on neighboring trees and that they would not be removing or injuring any other trees and did not evaluate this tree. So as such, I'm recommending a deferral for the applicant to revise the windows, improve and or eliminate the projection, and accurately capture the neighboring tree in their protection plan. So if you just flip to scroll to the second page, you'll see that the tree arching over. Yeah, that is, you can see right there. So that's actually from the backyard of 21 EDENBRIDGE, and that tree projects over 19. So I did meet with for forestry, and I understand they have conditions. I just think it was a bit misleading to not include this accurately. And that is all.
Okay, thank you. I have one question. It really has to do with, pertains to the windows and the side yard setback. So the aggregate side yard setback is short by about a meter. Given that that could be provided on either side, do you really think that a half meter or even a full meter setback would make a difference on the windows?
So my concern is not opposing the side yard setbacks. I would like to see a reduction in the number of floor to ceiling windows. I don't think that is necessary. You know, it's still in the city of Toronto. You don't need to have floor to ceiling windows in the intent of a side yard setback. I think the 1.5 is fine.
Yeah, see, I mean, that's kind of our dilemma though here is the size of the windows is not a variance.
Yes.
If the setback is, sorry, can you mute the computer, please? So you're using the setback as an argument for the windows, and it's two different things, in my view.
Yeah, it's intertwined. I know it's a tough thing in the committee. I think, you know, if the deferral if they want to revise that and show less windows, then it can be tied to plans in the resubmission. I know it's a permit issue, not at the committee scope. I am flagging that I think.
Have you had any discussions with the applicant with regards to the reduction of windows or frosting some of the windows or something like that?
We have not had any contact. We did submit the letter and we have not heard any. They did not reach out to us.
Okay, well, you can reach out to them too. Okay, any other questions? All right. Yeah, with regards to the encroachment, I'll speak to that later. But anyway, are there any other speakers?
Mr. Chair, no, there are no other speakers.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to come back to the applicant for a rebuttal.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, not very well, but we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. So if we can bring up our drawing number 5, if that's possible, in our design package, it'll illustrate our second floor plan and recognizing that the windows are not a variance, but I would like to address the comments made by the previous speaker. Along the second floor, the front portion of our design, you could see the bedroom that's over top the existing garage. That setback is much further away from the side yard than the lower level first floor plan. And the windows in question are only these 4 windows that abut the side yard setback. When you look at the elevations, the windows in the principal bedroom, which are on the left side of this plan, are actually illustrated. This is because it's a 2-dimensional drawing, but there are only 4 windows along the second floor portion of this design that are against that side yard setback. So I would say that the floor plans are more specific and a little bit illustrate more clearly how many windows we actually have along this side of the property. So I would say that the amount of windows we have is actually quite minor and are not impacting any privacy concerns with the neighboring home. As the comments relate to the architectural feature that we're proposing, if we can pull up our drawing number 4, please, and the portion of this architectural feature is a very small little stone pier. If you can kind of scroll down to the further down, please, if you don't mind. Yes, so there's a dark gray shade area here at the bottom. That's actually what the variance is related to. This little less than 1 foot wide. Oh, sorry, we're missing it. Right there. That's what our variance is related to. So all it is a little stone feature that's going to kind of feel like a post where we get to create this kind of like an entry to the rear garden. So I would say that is quite minor. It's not a major kind of design element, and I don't think it's really trickery to make the home feel wider. It's just a part of a balance and an architectural feature. As far as RNFP, we have had a submission to Ravines and Natural Features, and we have an email from them stating that they have no concerns with our application as it relates to their mandate. We have absolutely no excavations happening on this site. This is a renovation, maintaining the foundations that are there now and removing the roof and just going up. So we have no tree issues as it relates to Ravines and Natural Features and the City of Toronto for the front portion of the property. So I think this application is, I think it's appropriate for the street. I've done a few homes on the street, and I think that this is in keeping with what's happening on EDENBRIDGE currently today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have a couple of questions. Are you saying that encroachment exists currently?
No, it does not exist.
Okay.
That is actually a new feature there, and we've shaded
Understood.
it differently.
Okay, so can I get staff to pull up the front elevation, please? It's for, okay. Okay, what I'm trying to get at is that when we, well, we kind of need to see it actually.
That would be drawing 8. Right there.
Yeah, when you look at that, can you perhaps enlarge that too? It does not look like a post. It looks like an extension of the dwelling, and in that regard, I do agree with with the previous deputant that essentially it makes the house look like it extends that much wider. That's not just a post. Like
Okay. Well, I mean, as far as foundation work goes, all it is a little pier off to the side.
Correct,
and-
but then you're
and we-
bridging. But
yeah,
then you're bridging it back to the main structure.
It is. It's an architectural feature. I mean,
Right.
correct.
All right. Any other questions from panel members? If there are none, we're going to take it into committee. Okay, so we have before us an application requesting 7 variances. We've had presentations by the applicant and by an agent representing several of the neighbors. Is there any discussion? Okay, before we go to, I'm going to come back to Mr. Gornick if I can. If that feature were not allowed, would that be a substantial problem for your design? If variance 7 were not granted?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I muted the.
Yeah,
agent.
sorry,
I'm going to
I should've-
unmute them now.
I should have asked that question first. I wanted to see if, what.
Okay, I've unmuted the agent again.
Sorry, your question is
If variance 7 is not allowed, are you going, is that going to severely complicate your proposal?
well, I wouldn't say severely complicate. I mean, I like the feature. I think it's a nice balance to what we're trying to do. So we have a nice connection between the left-hand side and the right-hand side. But, on the whole scope of it, I would say it's quite minor.
Okay.
I think as far as it relates to my design and also as a variance. But
It's okay.
I'd like to have it, but I will leave it with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so sorry, I'll come back into committee then. Any other comments?
Well, for my 2 cents, I agree with the visual nature of that pier extending the house because there is a continuous roof line.
Yeah.
So that is visually an extension. On the drawing, it shows up as a standalone pillar or pier, but on the front surface,
Yeah, on the,
View.
on the elevation.
street, yes, on the
It's a
elevation
different- yeah.
sketch. On the street view, it does seem to extend the house. So, and I also, just as a comment, it would have been helpful to hear that the parties had discussed the suggested alterations that the opposing neighbor raised. It doesn't appear that there was any meeting to discuss those alterations.
Yeah, I mean, my feeling about this is that virtually all of the variances that are being requested are in fact minor. I believe the windows, I believe, is a separate issue. It's not a side yard setback issue. So I don't believe it's fair to address that issue through the side yard setback variance. The only, I guess the only credence I see for the arguments against is with regard to variance 7, which I believe in of itself is not a major variance. However, the visual effect that it creates is as described by the deputant and as described by Natalia. It does make that house look wider. So that's my only issue with this application, for what it's worth.
But it is an entryway to the garden.
It is, and there may be other ways to achieve that entry. I don't know. I mean, that's why, as I said, it would have been helpful if the parties had had some discussions prior to the hearing.
Any other thoughts or comments? And I have a technical question, I guess, Madam DST or Mr. Chair, whether we can, in theory, approve 6 out of 7 variances.
Yes, you can.
If it's not something that impacts anything else, then you can split your, like, for example, if it's number 7, you can split the decision.
Or you can approve it as it is. I mean, that's.
Pardon?
Or you can approve it as it is.
Right.
Depends how you feel about it. But,
So unless there's more discussion, I'm prepared to make that motion.
okay.
So my motion is I agree with the comments of Mr. Chair that the balance of the minor variances, relatively speaking, are minor in nature and meet the 4 tests. I would carve out number 7 for the reasons that we've discussed here, and so therefore that would be a split approval of 6 and denial of 7 as a hybrid.
Okay, and conditions?
The conditions are
Urban forestry, I
urban
believe.
forestry condition
Number 2.
2.
Thank you, Ms. Popovic.
Right.
And do we have a seconder?
Yeah, I hate messing with architects' designs, and they're, because they've obviously spent a lot of time doing this. But I do appreciate what the neighbors are saying, and I think the roof line could be altered, and so it wouldn't look like it was extending so far out. So I'm going to second Natalia's motion.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, this is a neighborhood that has generous side yard setbacks, and the effect of that is to do visual separation of the houses. And I think that particular variance
That element,
goes against that.
yep. I think that element does go against it, but I do understand architecturally why
Yeah.
it's there. But I also understand why the neighbors are not in support of it. So I'm going to second Natalia's motion.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Alderson. All in favor? Okay, the application is approved minus one variance. And if we can get Mr. Gully back, or to the, here he is.
So I
Welcome.
believe Mr. Gully had a conflict with this item. I just need him to state his reason.
Oh, okay. Dominic, you had a conflict for item 1? We didn't get a chance to ask you because you weren't here.
Good morning, Chair and everyone. Indeed, I had a conflict with respect to item number 1, 19 EDENBRIDGE Drive. I'm currently involved in a project with a rider from SGL who wrote with respect to this application. Therefore, I would have declared a conflict right from the beginning. I apologize for my tardiness, Chair.
No worries. Blame it on the TTC. And it was perfect timing because you couldn't do anything for item 1 anyway. So now you're here for the rest. Perfect. Okay, item 2, 114 AVENING Drive.
AVENING Drive.
And this is an application to legalize and to maintain an existing enclosed sunroom at the rear of the residential dwelling. There are 2 variances being requested. There is an order to comply. There is nothing else. And the applicant is online.
Yep.
Yes, Mr. Chair, they are online and they are unmuted.
Okay, I don't think we need a presentation on this. I think we understand the application. There is no opposition. If you're okay with that, unless you want to do a presentation, that's up to you. Hello?
I don't need to do the presentation. It was, I did it for my grandchildren and I am not aware of it. Then I go through the procedure, I comply with that.
No, understood. I'm assuming this room is not heated. It's just an enclosure, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and for that reason, you thought you didn't need a building permit, and that's totally understandable, and that's why we're here. And unless anyone has any other questions, or there's no other speakers? No? Okay, so let's just,
No one to speak against it?
no.
I will make a motion unless I want to give my panelists a chance to comment. I believe that this matter is relatively straightforward. I note there are no, other than the OTC, there are no comments from the city or conditions, and I move to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Povic.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you, Ms. Alderson. All in favor? Okay, that's unanimous approval. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, item 3, 6 BIRCHLEA Avenue. This is an application to construct a new multiplex containing 4 dwelling units and a detached garage. There are 2 variances being requested. Forestry is requesting conditions 2 and 3 in the event of approval. We have 8 letters of objection. We have a previous decision which was for consent for 2 duplexes, which was refused. And we have several speakers. And let's start with Mr. Milne Price.
Mr. Chairman, before we start with Mr. Milne Price, just to let you know, we have 2 speakers that are not on your list
Okay.
in front of you, and those 2 speakers are also in person as well.
So we'll have them go first. That's fine. I mean, after
Of course.
Addison does his presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning to the fellow committee members as well. Just for the record, my name is Addison Milne Price. I'm a planner at Design Plan Services located at 87 Skyway Avenue here on behalf of the owners. I'll just get right into the presentation. As you stated, Mr. Chair, this application seeks to construct a new multiplex containing 4 dwelling units. I am aware that there are neighbors in opposition to this proposal today, but I just wanted to start by highlighting that this proposal has been reviewed by all technical departments in the city, and I can confirm community planning has no objection to the 2 proposed variances. Urban forestry also has no objection, and we are okay with their 2 proposed conditions. I'll speak to the 2 variances together because they do both define the rear wall location of the proposed multiplex, and that is the only thing that's in front of the committee today. So firstly, well on paper, the request for a 19.95 meter length appears to be a 2.95 meter increase over the 17 meter requirement. I want to draw the committee's attention to a section of the zoning bylaw regarding multiplexes, particularly section 10-20-40-20. That's the section that determines the permitted maximum building length of multiplexes. Now, this section, it states that a multiplex in an RD zone is permitted to have a building length of 19 meters, provided that the lot depth has a depth of 40 meters or greater. In this case, 6 BIRCHLEA Avenue, the subject property, it has a lot depth of 39.66 meters. So just over a foot lowered past that threshold to reach the 19 meter building length. In my opinion, the intent of the bylaw is to allow multiplexes on deep lots to extend a little bit further to provide family-sized units. And therefore, I just submit that the true variance here is the deviation from what the bylaw actually contemplates on the lot is only 0.95 meters, less than 1 meter. Furthermore, the additional length is mitigated through some choices we made in the site design and side yard setbacks. While the bylaw would permit us to build with minimum side yard setbacks of 1.2 meters on both sides, we've chosen a different approach to respect the streetscape of driveways on one side. And therefore, we do have a substantially increased setback of 3.92 meters on the east side. Furthermore, this proposed fourplex is located in a context that already features multi-unit buildings. Just on the other side of BIRCHLEA Ave, within the immediate context of the subject property, there are 5 apartment buildings, all 5 featuring building lengths well above the 20 meters, some above 30 meters in length. These apartment buildings coexist peacefully with these adjacent single detached dwellings. And even looking beyond the immediate context into the adjacent and broader, walk-up apartments and multiplexes are already interspersed throughout this neighborhood. And just show an example of how these 2 building types can work together. Just across the street, 44 Arcadian Circle is a walk-up apartment adjacent to 2 single detached dwellings with a building length above 20 meters. And just finally, just regarding the massing impact on the neighbor, I just want to point out that there are only 2 variances that we're requesting. They both pertain essentially to the rear location of that main wall. And the proposed dwelling is otherwise fully compliant with the maximum height of 9.5. And it's also fully compliant with all of the landscaping, soft landscaping requirements and setbacks that are provided in the zoning bylaw. Just based on that, in my professional opinion, I think the strict application of the 17-meter building length in this instance, when the lot is only centimeters shy of the depth required for a 19-meter permission, means that this lot does warrant a little bit of additional length. Overall, I think this proposal fits within the planned context. It respects the physical character of the neighborhood through compliant height and increased side yard setbacks. And for these reasons, I believe the application represents good planning and meets the 4 tests under section 45.1.
Thank you, Mr. Mellon-Price. Any questions from panel members?
Just one. You said that the lot was 40 meters in depth or 131 feet, basically. What is the width of it?
So it's 15 meters in terms of lot, 15.24 meters, so 50 feet, I believe.
15.24 or 50?
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great, thank you.
I have a question, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
Mr. Agent, your reading of the bylaw, your technical reading of the bylaw refers to a 39 point, I believe you said 66 allowance, and you've asked this panel to consider that to be close enough to 40, and I'm paraphrasing, correct me if I'm wrong. What is the basis for your submission that we should read 39.66, which is a very specific figure, if you have any comments on the intent of that bylaw, that we should read that as 40?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the question. So through you, Mr. Chair, the intent of my submission there is that while the bylaw is regulating all lots within the city, it can't possibly predict the exact situation of every single lot. And that's the purpose, for this committee, when there is a situation that is right on the borderline. And in my opinion, a lot depth of 39.66 meters is materially very close to a 40-meter lot depth. I don't think that you could tell these two apart with just the naked eye. And therefore, the impact of this additional length would be similar to what was contemplated for larger lot depths. Essentially, in short, a lot with a larger lot depth, with a larger lot frontage, can accommodate a larger building.
Thank you.
Okay, just for what it's worth, looking at the survey, I believe it's 39.66 on one side, but 39.60 on the other side. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, I believe that is correct, yes.
Okay, so
About a 1.5 foot difference.
so there, yeah, just want to, if that's going to be your basis for your argument, I just want to be clear on the numbers. Thank you. Let's start with some deputants, unless there's other questions. No? Okay. So, Paul, you said there was people in the room?
Yes, we have, I believe, 3 people who are present in person. So there's Janice DeHart, who is on your list. She's present in person.
Okay. I don't see.
And then there are 2 additional speakers who you don't have on your list.
Oh, there.
who are
Okay,
in-
Janice.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought you said, okay. So if she's ready to go?
Okay, because I asked, but, so I suppose there's actually another, so there's 3 people that are not on your list. I'll get their information now. But maybe we can start with one of the people while I get the information for the.
Sure. So I have Janice. She's here. Just before all the deputants start, I just want to also reiterate, as we have in the past, that the issue here is not whether this is a fourplex or not. So please confine your comments to the variances, as fourplexes are a permitted use everywhere now. Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Just get the microphone on.
Good morning.
Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today about 6 BIRCHLEA. You are obviously, you have the task of making an important decision that will affect the Long Branch residents and generations to come.
Address, please?
Yes, my name is Janice DeHart. I live at 63 31st Street, and I've been a resident of Long Branch for 23 years. My position is that I do oppose sorry, let me just get my notes here. What is being presented here today, mainly because of the removal of the mature, beautiful trees that are in the surrounding lot. The removal of those trees will very much impact the neighborhood's homes, and I know this because having lived in the area for so long, that we need these tree roots that are underground to absorb the water. My experience was when I moved in and I finished, what I had was a finished basement, and I put carpeting downstairs. Everything had to be removed because of the amount of water underground that was coming into my basement. So I went from a finished basement to an unfinished basement, put weeping tile in, put sump pumps in, and to this day I'm still getting water in the springtime in the backyard that is not draining. We are surrounded by underground water, and these mature trees that we have in our neighborhood help to absorb the water. So it is of great concern to me to remove the trees that we so need in our neighborhood. Thank you very much. And I just want to end by saying that I support the Long Branch Neighborhood Association for their support and expertise in this matter. Thank you.
Any questions? Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, so we, from the additional speakers that we have in person, we have a David Yunes from 2 Walnut Crescent.
Hi.
Hey, good morning.
I'm number 2 Walnut, so I'm a different street, but my yard, I'm like an L-shaped property, so my yard is, the back of my yard is
Sorry, can you just start with your name and address?
David Yance, number 2 Walnut Crescent. So my property's like an L shape. I share a driveway with 6 BIRCHLEA, and my rear yard is on the property line with 6 BIRCHLEA. So the trees are one of the main things, of course, and they're huge old trees. I've been there 27 years. I mean, if these come out, it's a totally different neighborhood if these trees are removed. I don't know about urban planning saying I didn't understand the report from them, but we did get a arborist to look at the trees, and according to that arborist, they're all healthy trees, that there's no reason that they should be taken down. And also, even if they're not removed, I don't know how they do the construction without root damage to those trees, and then they're gonna be blown over or die from the damage. So I guess the variance for the length is what puts everything at risk. Currently that house is, I don't know the length of that house, but it's the new one is looking like it's more than double that length. So my yard will just become a brick wall with some windows in it, and possibly the trees removed or damaged. I don't know about the percentage of surface area that has between the house, the garage, the driveway. I don't know if there's any grass really left in the back. I think that's going to be an issue with flooding, at least for the surrounding properties.
Yeah, they don't appear to have a coverage variance, but.
Yeah, I see that.
But I understand your
concern. I'm just shocked that it's, when you look at the footprint of all those buildings, and I'm assuming the driveway is asphalt, it's going to be a hard surface.
Yeah.
Where's this rainwater going? But the length brings the new building would be completely covering my rear yard with 8 windows looking into my yard and my bedroom and my living room. So I think it's that variance that's really in opposition to, as well as the trees. I don't know how they're going to do this without taking down a lot of big protected trees that are in healthy condition. I think that's about all I have.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chair, we have a Gabby Cordero from 8 BIRCHLEA Avenue. Sorry? The mic is on, yeah. So just restate your name and address when you start, please.
Hi, my name is Gabby Cordero. I live at 8 BIRCHLEA Avenue, and I've been there since 2001.
Thank you, welcome.
This is the fourth time we've been here. I object to the variances of this application as the owners and their representatives have provided no tree protection plan. And due to the holidays and getting little direction from urban forestry, I desire to hire Kuntz Forestry Consulting to determine the boundary trees as well the health of these beautiful trees. Now, I submitted this report yesterday. I know too late, but we had holidays. You know, it is what it is. And I have copies if I can give them to you, which is I can't. Anyway.
You can verbally tell us what.
Well, we have a lot of border trees, and we all own these trees, and we service them on our side. And Dominic and Mary don't service it on their side because they have no plan on protecting these trees. The reason why we're in this street and I bought this house is because of the trees and having this canopy and enjoying my backyard. So I know we can save these trees if we scale down the building. I have the protection program from Kuntz. It would be appreciative if we could save the trees because we're underwater. I have a sump pump. The next door neighbor has a sump pump. The next one has 2. The next one has 3. And this is what BIRCHLEA is. Now, to compare this side of the street to across the street is negligent. It's zoned differently. It's just going to create chaos in BIRCHLEA because BIRCHLEA has been very active. Peace and quiet on BIRCHLEA. Not so many cops, not so many ambulances, and not so many fire departments showing up. So under Chapter 7, under Section 826, multiplexes and neighborhoods, it states that under the multiplex policy, it should not result in injury or removal of healthy trees protected by municipal code. Now, I've sent Urban Forestry a copy of my arborist report as well. So it will cause damage to our adjoining properties. I've also built a fence around these trees on my side. So in request to the 2 variances, I object to them because there's no tree protection. And I don't give permission to destroy, remove, or injure the trees that are border trees, especially the front tree. Now, when you look at the building plan, his front wall sits far front from my front wall, which would kill the tree, the big spruce. So I hope you can put some protections for these trees because we definitely need them. And they can build something within that plot of land without damaging trees, as per my arborist report. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you.
And then, Mr. Chair, we have one more speaker in person, Yolanda Kursick from 45 31st Street.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Yolanda Kursick, and I live in number 45, 31st Street. My house is in a corner lot, and it's beside the BIRCHLEA Avenue. And this location that we're talking about, this 6 BIRCHLEA Avenue, there is a very healthy trees, 30 Siberian elms. 9 of these trees are bigger. The trunk is bigger than this one. And the last one, that is more or less the size of this trunk. According with the encyclopedia, they say these trees, to grow this size, require something as 125 years. The city measured already this tree. I don't know if you have the measures with you. But the Department of the Forestry, they said, according with the chapter 813, they have to protect the private trees against the injury, and if any kind of tree is removed, they have to replace the trees. If the construction of this project takes over, we know already is too long and is too close to the next door neighbor, is going to have to cut down all these trees because the injury that the roots are going to support is going to be devastating for the tree. Really, I will ask all of you to take in consideration the number of the climate change as well as what the trees provide to the environment. One is to give it more oxygen. Two is to give houses for the wildlife, because we have beautiful birds to goes there. And I don't know exactly if these trees is a guide point for the immigration. So please consider all those things, regardless that the South Etobicoke is very easy to flood with water. Thanks again, and we will see what your decision is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other speakers in the room? Not that you
I don't believe so, Mr. Chair. I think that's, I think that's it. And then we have the speakers that are online.
Yeah, I'll get to them in a sec. Sorry, did you have a question, Laura?
No, I just wanted to comment that I liked the visuals of the
Of the hoops.
of the hoops. Yes, it helps. So thank you for bringing those hoops in.
I'm going to do something a little bit unusual. If panel members will humor me on this, I'd like to call the applicant back for one more question, which I forgot to ask prior to the other deputants.
As long as it's just the one question and no elaboration, because otherwise that's his rebuttal, and we're not finished with the other neighbors.
Well, you know what, I can leave it till after all the other.
Okay.
I just, in case any of the other speakers didn't raise this issue, I wanted to raise it, so I'll wait, and then we'll do it in the rebuttal, that's fine. So our first speaker online, I believe, is Christina Mercado.
Hello, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
We can, loud and clear. Good morning.
Oh, fantastic, fantastic. Okay, can the staff please pull up my letter, please? Okay, so I've done a very detailed letter. My name is Christina Mercado. I am the chair of the Long Branch Neighborhood Association, and I'm here to object to the length and depth variances of this application. So we object to them because they are not prevailing in the neighborhood. This lot is bylaw compliant, and significant relief to bylaws is given to multiplexes already in neighborhoods. But there's also a multiplex policy to make sure that they respect and reinforce physical characteristics. So we don't agree with the applicant's rationale in the apartment buildings as justification for the depth and length variances. The experience from the abutting neighbors is very different than from what's across the street. If we go down into page 2 of my letter, we have defined a study area as required by the official plan of 609 lots. And there are 76 variance decisions in the past 10 years. And on the table of these decisions, there are reasons where there are length and depth variances, and it total to a number of 11 decisions. So, and the reasons were irregular lots, deficient lot sizes, and one, the owner required a wheelchair accessible home. So our conclusions are that decisions to approve length and depth variances are rare, and depth variances are extremely rare. When we look at the application, these buildings aren't efficient. The basements are empty, yet there's a length and depth variance for the living space. The garage has plumbing in it, and it's dug down into, there's a dug down almost into a basement. To us, it looks like a rough sketch for garden suite and a sixplex, which our counselor has clearly opted out. And when you look at the policies for garden suites and multiplexes, both are subject to stronger protection of trees. On page 25 of my letter, if you can go to that, staff, please, we completed what we saw as extensive tree removal, and we've compared it to the arborist report commissioned by the next door neighbor. And the tree removal is more extensive than what we even thought. We as lay people could would say that the trees were healthy, but the arborist actually confirmed it. And they also confirmed that there are a number of boundary trees that will require removal due to the garage with a bathroom and the length and depth variances. So these would require neighbors' permission for removal. The garden suite and length and depth variances do not adhere to the stronger tree protection policies in the official plan, and sixplexes are not permitted in Long Branch as of right. And like I said before, our counselor has opted out of those policy changes. So I have highlighted those Chapter 7 policies on page 3 of my letter. It does contemplate, Chapter 7 contemplates variances to multiplexes, but using the criteria of triggering variances should they be building around trees, exhibiting sustainable features and technologies like high efficiency systems, or reusing the existing structure. That's not demonstrated here. I've also included excerpts from the Housing Action Plan report, which stated that multiplexes should be considered with caution. The reduction of permeable area leads to greater runoff, particularly in the combined sewer systems that service Long Branch. And finally, this committee may not be aware that we do have multiplexes that are being built as of right in Long Branch. Examples are 82 Ash, 69 Ash, 26 31st, and 80 27th. All examples of multiplexes in the study area that are constructed or upgraded as of right with no tree removal. So I respectfully request that these variances be refused, and we would be open to another plan that does respect the environment that the neighbors have so eloquently disputed for. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from panel members? No? Okay. Brian Bailey, our next speaker.
Just 1 second, Mr. Chair, let me find them here on the list. Okay, Brian Bailey, they should be unmuted now.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Brian Bailey. I'm a director with the Long Branch Neighborhood Association, and I'm here to request refusal of this application.
So what's your address?
I'm speaking today specifically about the...
Brian, wait.
What is your address?
6 Meaford Avenue.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I'm speaking today specifically about the forestry-related issues that were outlined in our January 8th letter of objection. The applicant has submitted a tree protection bylaw declaration, but it's not complete. It states that some bylaw protected trees will be removed and some will be injured, but it doesn't indicate which ones. There's 3 photos included, but they don't identify which trees will be subject to removal or injury. Now, as Ms. Cordero mentioned earlier, she hired an arborist to look at those trees, and unfortunately, the report is too late to be included here. But it concludes that the development, as proposed, would result in removal or injury of 13 bylaw protected trees, and 10 of these are boundary trees, which under the Ontario Forestry Act would require consent of the adjoining neighbors to injure or remove. And I guess that report actually identifies 28 trees, and 22 of which would be injured or removed. And of those, there are 10 boundary trees. 4 would be removed and 6 would be injured. So we would lose a lot of trees, essentially, if that was to go forward. And again, I think as we already heard, I mean, the city's official plan says in relation to multiplexes that they should not result in the injury or removal of a healthy tree protected under the municipal code and on the subject property or the adjacent properties. You know, it goes against the official plan policy 3.1.2 built form, preservation of existing mature trees wherever possible and incorporating them into the development site. We have a lot of rules for protecting these trees. And again, official plan also discusses that urban forest canopy that we must not only protect the urban forest, but also enhance it. And protecting Toronto's natural environment and urban forest should not be compromised by growth, insensitivity to the needs of the environment, or neglect. So I think it fails the task specifically of the meeting the intent and purpose of the official plan. We would respectfully request that these variances be refused, and good luck. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? If not, yeah, Mr. Dominic?
Chair, I had a question of the speaker. Thank you so much for your presentation. I wanted to ask, do you think the applicant can accomplish a fourplex without these two variances?
Again, I only saw the arborist report last night. I would, it would seem unlikely unless possibly if the driveway was removed, there would be enough side yard setback. Most of these trees are, again, they're boundary trees. So in order to give those trees enough space, I would suspect
you realize that they're not asking for any side yard setbacks, front yard setbacks, rear yard setbacks. They're only asking for variances with respect to length and depth. Do you think they could achieve a fourplex in the absence of these two variances that they're asking for?
I don't think with the existing side yard setbacks that you could maintain those trees, and those are protected trees. So I don't see how you could proceed.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Steve Vella, I believe, is our next deputant.
Hi, Steve.
How are you?
Please continue.
Second.
Mr. Steve Vella, can you hear us?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
We've got some feedback happening.
Hi, I just turned off my phone. I had both things going.
Okay. So
my microphone works now, so we're all good.
Okay, we just need your address again as well.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you. We know you're Steve
hear you.
Vella. We're just need you to state that you're at 42 Ash Crescent.
I'm gonna call back in, and then can you ask me to?
You can't hear us?
I'm gonna call back in on my phone.
Steve, can you hear me?
Apparently not. Do we have any other speakers? That's our last.
No,
speaker.
that's the last speaker.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting for them to call in. I'll see them once they come in.
Enter your access code or meeting number followed by pound.
Hello.
Mr. Vella, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay, you still have some feedback, but hopefully we can hear each other this way.
Can you mute me? Can you mute my computer?
No, you're good now. You're good now.
I can't mute your computer because it's the only thing that's connecting you. I don't see your phone, so just proceed.
Okay. Hi, my name is Steve Vella. I live at 42 Ash Crescent, which is just around the corner from BIRCHLEA. I've lived in Long Branch since 1995 with homes on Alder Crescent and Ash Crescent. The applicant has identified that the property has trees with the tree protection bylaw declaration, but no arborist report or other documents showing the location of the trees or any other details about the trees has been submitted. As part of this application, there is no plan to protect, as the name of the document stresses, any of the trees. And as Ms. Cordero's arborist stated, many of the trees are boundary trees and required. With boundary trees, the applicant needs permission from the neighbors to injure those trees. By the letters of objection submitted, it does not look like any permissions will be given. There is an amendment 649 to the official plan for multiplexes. There's many sections of this amendment that the application does not follow. 1.b.i.d. This application is not supported by the section as it does not maximize soft landscaping. Instead, the application removes the soft landscaping. As you can see from the figure below, most of the land is covered by the proposed development. In section 1.b.iv, the application is not supported as the applicant wants to remove healthy protected trees. There is no tree protection plan, and as you can see by the figure, the survival of any of the trees is suspect, as the building will be built from lot line to lot line, with the driveway on the east side. This amendment actually allows for the acceptance of variances, but only when their application includes sustainable building features and preserves existing protected trees on both the subject property and adjacent properties. There is no evidence that any sustainable building features will be used. Instead, this application removes healthy protected trees on both the subject and adjacent properties. In fact, trees are needed for our sustainability, and they are being removed. The city understands the importance of the trees and has set a goal of 40% tree canopy. It is not possible to reach a 40% tree canopy goal by removing healthy, protected sized trees and replacing them with saplings. Here you can see the letter C, where it talks about what is required to approve variances for multiplexes. And this application does not meet this test. Multiplexes are allowed and are being built in Long Branch. They follow the multiplex amendment. They're being built without variances. A development can be proposed for this property that also follows the very generous guidelines. This application has an empty basement. There would be a way to put the size of the apartments in this building by making it shorter and taking advantage of those empty basements. They don't have to leave them empty. They could use them, and you could have a nice fourplex in there. You make it a little bit narrower and a little bit shorter. The variances are still needed to follow the 4 tests. By the examples given above, this application does not meet the 4 tests. The variances must be minor in nature, and the magnitude of the variances is one of the reasons the trees will be lost. The variance is desirable for the appropriate development or use of the land. as presented, this is a speculation application, and it encouraged more speculation, which breeds uncertainty for the neighborhood. The variance maintains the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw, and the variances maintain the general intent and purpose of the official plan. So as stated in C, the variances are only allowed when sustainable building features are incorporated and the application preserves existing protected trees on both the subject property and adjacent properties. This is not the case.
Okay, can I get you to wrap up, please?
And the LBNA, and asking that the Committee of Adjustments refuse this application until the applicant can submit a proposal that adheres to the city's very generous multiplex amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question. You made a statement that the proposal is being built from lot line to lot line. I don't believe that's correct. I don't believe there are any side yard variances being requested.
But when they build the building, they will cut a hole in the property from lot line to lot line and then drop in the building in that hole. Every development I've seen in Long Branch, and there's been many.
Okay, so what you're addressing then is the issue of construction, but your statement was that it's being built from lot line to lot line, which is not correct in terms of variances. That's the only point I'm trying to make.
I see what you're saying.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? If there are none, if we get the applicant back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I begin, just addressing the comments of the neighbors, you mentioned that you had a question you wanted to ask me. Would you like to ask me now or after?
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. Why don't you do your rebuttal and I'll ask at the end of that.
Perfect. I'm okay with that. So firstly, quite a few of the neighbors mentioned in arborist reports. Unfortunately, I believe it was recently submitted yesterday, so I can't comment on a report that I haven't had the chance to review, nor that have staff had a chance to review as well. But I can state that I don't necessarily disagree that there will be tree removals associated with this development. However, in my view, the removal of trees is not as a result of the two variances that we're asking. It's not a result of where we're locating the rear main wall. Instead, the removal of trees or the injury of trees will likely be as a result of the one-story detached garage, which is completely as of right, or the proposed driveway, which, while we are making use of the existing curb cut, that is also completely as of right and within the confines of the zoning bylaw. Also, this was briefly mentioned by Member Gooley, but there are no variances proposed to any of the setbacks. This proposal is completely within the building envelope as contemplated by the front, rear, and side yard setbacks. And in fact, the rear and east side yard setback, we've provided quite a bit more space than we need to. In fact, I could even point to the site plan briefly. The east side yard setback is not entirely going to be the driveway. We are going to be removing some of the existing asphalt along the side driveway right now and replacing that with sod, with soft landscaping just along that side lot line. So that is a material improvement. In addition, I wanted to mention the front main wall of this building is, of course, absolutely compliant and is as of right. However, it's also in the exact same location as the existing front main wall. In fact, you can see on the site plan, there is an overlay of the existing single detached dwelling. And that open front porch is going to essentially be in the exact same location as it is right now. Something else I'd like to point out with regard to the trees. Urban Forestry has requested 2 conditions. We'll be working with them to evaluate all of the potential tree injuries should the committee choose to approve this application. But should the committee choose to approve, there is also a condition, condition number 3, which requires either the planting of a new tree within the municipal boulevard or cash in lieu of the planting of that tree. Right now, there is no city tree in the municipal boulevard in front of this property, and we will be proposing one. I would also just to mention quickly, regarding the apartments that are located on the other side of the street, these are absolutely within the immediate context. Considering the immediate context as well as the broader context is a requirement of the official plan. This is how development is meant to be reviewed, by looking at the immediate context and where that immediate context differs to put a greater onus on that immediate context. Well, the apartment buildings are in a different zone. They are in a low density residential zone, residential multiple, RM. And the RM zone is very similar to the RD zone after the passing of the multiplex OPA and ZBA. Both zones permit single detached, semi-detached, and multiplexes, with apartments being permitted in the RM zone. And I'll point out, just based on the scale of what we're proposing, it is absolutely smaller than an apartment. From the sides and from the front, it's exactly what you would expect to see from a front main wall. Lastly, there was also quite a few comments about stormwater management. I just want to point out, again, there are no variances proposed to soft yard landscaping. We are providing, in fact, more soft landscaping than is required by the zoning bylaw. That is set out in the drawing sheet A01.03, where we show we have 54% soft landscaping in the rear, where only 50% is required as of right.
Are we done?
I believe that is my 5 minutes.
Okay, sorry. It is, but you just kind of stopped abruptly, I thought. Okay. Thought you had a summary to do. Okay, that's fine. So the question I wanted to ask you really pertains to the unfinished basement and the plumbing in the garage and the rationale for that. Because if you're proposing a fourplex, I'm assuming this is going to be primarily a rental property. So I just wanted to understand the rationale for a sink in the garage.
Absolutely, Mr. Chair. I can't speak exactly for why the owner wants to have that. I can confirm that there's no variances related to the garage whatsoever, so that is absolutely as of right. It's not really part of this proposal. But from my understanding of being part of this design process, the intent of that detached garage is to not only act as a garage, but to also act as a little bit of a cabana for occupants of the building that are enjoying the rear yard space. And with regard to the basement space, this is just storage that's intended for the multiplex occupants, whether they be renters or the owner themselves. One of the main issues with actually providing family-sized units is that most units do not have the storage that you would expect with, say, a single detached dwelling with its own unfinished basement or garage. And so this sort of makes up for that by allowing a family to more functionally live in one of these units.
Okay. And I lied. I have one more question, and it really pertains to the variances themselves with regards to the length and the depth. I believe the intent of the bylaw for allowing multiplexes into all zones is to make those multiplexes look similar to the urban fabric of the neighborhood that they're moving into. Do you have any examples of any other dwellings, be they multiplex, be they single family, that have that kind of depth in that area?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And I'm not referring to the apartments across the street.
Yep, Mr. Chair, I understand. Of course, the apartments across the street are within the immediate context. However, even in the adjacent context, there is another good example of not a multiplex, but of a similar sized apartment at 44 Arcadian Circle. This is a walk-up apartment that is right in between two single detached houses. There is no decision associated with this building because it was built some time ago before the decisions were recorded. However, based on my rough measurements, it is above 20 meters in length and depth.
Yeah, but that actually looks like an apartment. It doesn't look like a house. I think the intent of the multiplex bylaw is to provide multiplexes that look similar to the single-family dwellings.
Mr. Chair, I don't necessarily disagree. However, I think making the proposal look similar to the immediate context is also very important. This proposal, you can see it has a sloped roof from the front of the building. I think you could absolutely say that this looks like a single detached dwelling, just a large one.
I don't argue that at all. My issue is with the length and how that compares to other dwellings in that neighborhood. Anyway, just wanted you to have a chance to answer that question before we move on to going into committee.
Absolutely, Mr. Chair. If you discount most of the immediate context, then I think there are much fewer examples to draw from.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from other panel members?
Chair, I do have a question, maybe confirmation from the speaker. With respect to both the building length and building depth, the proposal itself has gone through zone review, correct? And it does not call in any way for any variances related to green space, either in the front yard or the rear yard. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, correct on both points. We went through a zoning review and there are no variances pertaining to any of the landscaping or soft landscaping.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any, if there are no other questions, or if there are, please? No? Okay, so let's take it into committee then. Any discussion? And Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, I'm assuming I'm going to be prevented from voting on this one?
If it would cause a tie, then yes.
Okay, thank you.
Unless there's some conversation we'd like to have, I'm prepared to break a motion, but I'll wait to see.
Chair, I was prepared to probably make some very obvious comments.
Sure.
They may be obvious, but I think I want to make them before we
go to a vote.
Place a motion. We're very lucky as Torontonians to live in a city within a park. A city with a setting of over 1,500 parks. And those parks create a green infrastructure that's, I think, the envy of cities the size of Toronto, the spread of Toronto, the built form of Toronto, in a city of practically 3 million. And all the speakers, I think all the speakers this morning spoke passionately about the fact that we have to protect, we have to maintain, we have to grow, and we have to expand the tree canopy. And I don't think anyone on this panel disagrees with that. The tree canopy is so important from an environmental point of view, but it's also important from livability point of view. We live in a city that's within a park. So doing those things, protecting, maintaining, growing and expanding, and not damaging any tree in the city is very important. But I think we also have to look at the fact that we have two variances before us. Those variances relate to a building, and those variances relate to a building length and depth that, in my view, is marginal in terms of the impact that it would have to the protection of trees and the tree canopy overall. I've reviewed this very carefully, as we all have. I'm very familiar with this area. I am as passionate about this area as people who are here today and who are listening as well. And it is a very important topic. But the difficulty that I'm having is balancing the two. The variances that are before us, in my view, are marginal, yet the tree canopy is so important to maintain. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Guy. Any other comments or discussion? No? Ms. Popovic, if you're ready to go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to everybody who's made submissions. Thank you to the answers to the questions that this panel has posed. I agree with my colleague that this is a somewhat difficult situation. Thank you to the speakers who brought visual aids. All of the information that has been provided to us from all speakers has, in my view, been very important and very enlightening and very helpful. At the end of the day, on balance, in my view, these minor variances do not satisfy the four-part test. My motion is to refuse.
Okay, we have a motion to refuse. Is there a seconder?
I'm pretty torn with this application, actually, but I think a lot of the people who were here to speak against it really focused on not the fact that it was a multiplex. And of course, multiplexes are new to us, and we have to make sure that we get them right. But they're more concerned about the tree canopy, I think, than it being a multiplex, because, of course, they are allowed as of right a fourplex.
Just, Urban Forestry has reviewed this application, and they don't seem as concerned as the neighbors with regards to the trees. I have some concerns with regards to its form fitting in terms of, multiplexes are supposed to fit into the context.
But I think if they were to actually not require any variances, some of these trees could be preserved and saved. If they could build it as of right, and they didn't come before us, they could build it as of right, and some of these trees would be saved. I don't think I'm wrong in thinking that. I think that, I'm leaning towards refusing it and seconding that motion. So.
Okay, so we have a motion and a seconder to refuse. All in favor? Against? And I'm going to refrain, so the motion is refused.
Which doesn't mean that it shouldn't be developed, by the way, but it just should be developed within the envelope and not requiring any variances, which would help to protect some of the trees.
Okay, can we take a 15-minute break at this point?
I want to make one last comment.
I think we're done. You already got what you wanted. We're done. Thank you.
item are you? Oh, you're next. That was a long one. Yeah, exactly. I'm number 7. So I'm after you, I think. So you're 6. No, we're 5. Oh, you're 4 is been. Yeah, deferred. Deferred. So we're 5. So yeah. Yeah, and then number 7. Oh, okay. Yeah. Good luck. You're the owner? Renovation. Ah, lovely. Yeah. Yeah, so my neighbors they were all for it. So they kind of concentrated so they invested all this money. It's not cheap. It's not cheap. And then 2 weeks ago they rolled in. Yeah, they're weird. Like communicating. Excuse me, how long is it? Oh, so long. Oh.
Are we back, or are we waiting till 1:45?
I think we've had more than 15 minutes.
Okay, let's go then. So I didn't know what time we stopped, so. If we're good to go, let's continue on. We're running really late this morning. Okay, so item 5, 16 James Street. This is an application to permit a driveway in the rear yard for the purpose of access to an existing ancillary building, i.e. a garden suite. There is one variance being requested. We have a couple of objection letters, an objection petition. We have some support letters and a support petition. And Angela?
Correct,
Welcome.
yes. Angela Bell. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members. My current address is 371 Rosebank Road in Pickering, and I am the agent for the applicants today at 16 James and the parallel 4737th Street Garden Suite address.
Thank you.
As you've mentioned, the variance, I won't go into it too much, but I will acknowledge that we were mindful of the Long Branch neighborhood character guidelines in this application, and to the extent that the guidelines do apply, we have considered the driveway design in relation to obviously the typology in the neighborhood, the corner lot, as well as the landscaping within the area. Since the garden suites are relatively new in the area, we don't have a lot of analogous considerations, but we did do an analysis of similar corner lots and identified 66 corner lots, 11 of which had secondary driveways. More importantly, immediately to the southeast and southwest of the subject site, the two addresses do have secondary driveways, one of which at 15 James Street, their secondary driveway provides parking to a secondary suite that's located within the building. So obviously not directly analogous in terms of garden suite parking, but parallels we wanted to draw your attention to. The proposal is for highly permeable pavers. You may have seen lattice-style pavers which resemble grass when the grass has grown up around them. This is what the proposal is for. And this parking space, if approved, will allow safe and accessible access to the garden suite and support aging in place for the occupants who are the parent owners at 4737th Street. Their child and grandchildren are located in the front house at 16 James. The parking space is also supportive of electric vehicles and will allow eventually, when the technology catches up, the vehicle to be used as a backup power supply. So that's just a quick overview. Parking in the neighborhood is quite challenging for many of the neighbors. Many of the neighbors rely on street parking despite having driveways themselves. However, parking's limited and not permitted north on 37th Street north of James Street and is limited to 3 hours on James Street itself. So by approving this, it will limit the use by the applicants of on-street parking and presumably free up some parking in the neighborhood for others. I know that ticketing has increased more recently, so that's why this has become a lot more urgent, I guess, as an application. So I just wanted to cover, we have received an objection letter, so I just wanted to go over the scope. The application concerns vehicle access only, not built form. No building setbacks were considered in the original application before the committee a few years ago, and none are before us today. And so the objection letter did make reference to garden suite massing, angular planes, the upper story privacy impacts and overlook, as well as dwelling setbacks, and these are not applicable to this application today. The garden suite is already approved, constructed, and occupied, and all of the landscaping and a privacy fence between 47 and 49 Street is already in place. We do have pictures submitted, but for the sake of brevity, I won't go into them unless you'd like to go further. The occupants currently rely on 3 vehicles between the 2 family units. This proposal does not intend to increase that. It's simply to reallocate vehicles on the space. Currently, all 3 vehicles do park in the front driveway. However, one of the vehicles is obliged to park on the grass, and 2 of the vehicles are obliged to park in tandem, so one behind the other, which necessitates a daily moving of the vehicles out so that they can move and go on their way. And then at the end of the day, necessitates a further shuffling of parking, and sometimes throughout the day as well. This increases the vehicle movements, obviously, and requires a reliance on on-street parking, and also increases the safety risks to pedestrians and other drivers. Obviously, the more you're moving vehicles, the greater the likelihood of an incident occurring. The second driveway will eliminate this shuffling and improve the safety and accessibility, as well as supporting the aging in place of the occupants, as I say. This will allow direct access of the garden suite by the occupants at an at-grade level. The neighbors also mentioned having privacy concerns, drainage concerns, and traffic concerns. I've addressed those in a presentation and letter, which I'm happy to get into. In short,
we're going to get you to wrap up.
Yes, in short, we argue that this application meets the 4 tests and is in fact very desirable for the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And just for members, there was a complete presentation in your added materials for this item. So I think that was. I do have a question for you. You're only proposing to park 1 vehicle on this driveway?
Correct. Yes.
Just wondering why you're extending it to the rear of the garden suite.
Could we pull up the site plan? So the applicants seek to park 1 vehicle there. Under the zoning bylaw, the legal parking space technically falls behind the front wall.
Oh, right.
So if there is a concern about the depth to which the permeable paving is proposed, we can look at obviously limiting it to accommodating the zoning bylaw provision, which I believe is 5.6 meters.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Questions, Chair?
Yeah, sorry, more questions?
Thank you for your presentation. I wanted to ask, the owner of the current home is the owner who built the secondary suite, is that correct?
Correct, yes.
At the time that they proposed the secondary suite, why did they not consider requesting a driveway as well?
So they did consider that at the time. However, at the time of the application, that was when the basement of the garden suite was considered in the gross floor area calculations. And what that led to was an extensive opposition from the neighborhood. And so their priority was to get the garden suite, with the anticipation that hopefully farther down the line, when the maturity of the bylaw, when the bylaws matured and there was a greater understanding of impacts and building and whatnot, that they could then go. As you know, since the revisions have been made, the gross floor calculation process has changed so that the basement of the garden suite is not considered, just like it is with the main dwelling. So if it was considered today, that variance wouldn't even have occurred, so presumably the opposition wouldn't have. It was really the change in the bylaw over time and the fact that the occupants are aging and anticipating these issues that they decided to bring the application.
So what makes it any different that the neighborhood would accept the driveway and parking between the original house and the secondary suite? What makes it more palatable now?
I mean, I can't speak to that because the driveway was not proposed at the time, so there was no consideration of palatability at the time. It was really about mitigating exposure.
The front yard, is that legal? The manner in which the front yard is practically paved to
so the current
very westerly edge of the front of the home?
The original application for the garden suite also did legalize the front driveway at the time. So that was the parking application. The former decision is on file as well. So yes, at the time of the application, it was not a legal driveway. However, the prior application did legalize that driveway.
At the time that the
At the time-
suite was allowed.
Correct, yes.
Why should this applicant then, I understand that they don't want to shuffle the cars back and forth. How is this property different from any other property in Toronto where you have two tandem vehicles that resident owners have to get up and move the cars? Why is there a difference at this lot?
Well, the difference really comes down to the garden suite, which obviously we don't have a lot of typology examples.
So the garden suite doesn't operate well without its own driveway. Is that what you're telling me?
It operates less ideally than it could, especially as the occupants age and, you know, undergo those transitions of life, especially during winter conditions. Right now, they do have to circle. Yeah.
How many vehicles are actually registered to this property? I mean, how many cars does the owner have?
Well, all of the owners have 3 cars between them. So there are 2 cars for the applicants and 1 car, I believe, for their children, their adult children.
Is there also a camper that sits in the front yard many a times? I'm very familiar with the area, and I'm very familiar with all the properties in the neighborhood. Is there a camper also parked in the front yard?
Not currently, but I can't really speak to that at other times.
Perhaps
No,
you
okay,
might
no
be
longer.
able to ask.
Sure,
And
yeah.
how often that camper sits in the front yard.
Okay, the owners have found a spot off-site, so it's no longer parking there.
Okay, thank you for now.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Chair, the people that are on your list, the other 2 speakers are in person.
Yes.
We also have a 4th speaker who is not on your list, but they are on the WebEx
Okay,
virtually.
let's hear them last.
Okay.
If we can go to the people who are in the room first.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Daniel Angelucci. My address is 188 Avenue Road in the city of Toronto. I am counsel to the owners of 49 37th Street, Alexander Wilkinson and Christina Schieda, who own the property immediately to the north of the application lands.
And you've submitted or they've submitted correspondence as well.
That's correct. We submitted a letter dated January 8th, 2026 to the committee. Mr. Chair, my client's objections are limited and specific. They relate solely to the proposed rear yard driveway and its privacy, noise, light, parking, and safety impacts. As shown on Schedule B of this letter, the proposed driveway is located 0.25 meters from the shared property line and 1.25 meters from my client's home. This minimal setback leaves no functional space for landscaping or meaningful mitigation. The applicant has mentioned in their letter that the existing fence provides screening. However, that fence is located entirely on their property and can be removed at any time.
So entirely on whose property?
On the applicant's property, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. If this variance is approved, there is no assurance that that mitigation can be maintained and enforced over the long term. By way of background, the committee previously approved a 2023 minor variance that permits the garden suite occupants to park on the existing James Street driveway. My clients did not object to this application as they had understood that parking for the garden suite was to be maintained in that location. As it relates to the Planning Act, we respectfully submit that the application does not meet the 4 tests. First, with respect to the purpose and intent of the official plan, Policies for neighborhoods designated properties require parking for infill development to be located and screened to minimize impacts on existing residences. This proposed driveway is instead located in an area with the greatest impact on adjacent homes. With respect to the purpose and intent of the zoning bylaw, the provisions of the bylaw that permit the development of garden suites were intentionally designed to prohibit new driveways, even on corner lots. The city staff report, which is excerpted on page 5 of our letter, states that the bylaw was purposely written for parking for garden suites to rely on existing vehicle accesses. We submit that the applicant has not justified departing from this clear policy direction. Further, where new driveways are permitted, the bylaw contemplates these new driveways in locations where adequate mitigation can be provided, which such as off laneways or in side yards, which has not been demonstrated in this instance. Third, regarding the appropriate development of the lands, the design guidelines likewise promote proper landscaping between residences, the maintenance of privacy, and the visual screening of parking areas, all of which the proposed application does not satisfy. The applicant has referred the committee to the existing double driveway at 15 James Street, which is to the south. If committee staff could please put on screen the document titled Map of Neighborhood Examples submitted by the applicant. That driveway is shown on page 2. When it's up on screen, Mr. Chair, you'll see the double driveway in the image is located 14 meters north of its shared property line with its neighbor. That 14-meter separation distance results in the placement of a second driveway that appropriately balances privacy, parking, and safety and conflict concerns. Its location is more appropriate for its context. Finally, the variance application is not minor in nature. It introduces a new driveway in a constrained location where adverse impacts cannot be mitigated. While support has been submitted, 4 or 6 of the closest properties are opposed, including the adjacent neighbor to the east as well. All of the signatories in support of the application are located more than 30 meters away from the proposed new driveway. They will not experience the same safety, privacy, noise, light, parking impacts raised by my client. Before concluding, I want to note that my client's objection relates to the proposed location of this new driveway. As shown on Schedule C of our letter, my clients would support the approval of a reasonable alternative, and the options set out there. They submit reduce impacts, align with policy intent, allow for proper mitigation, and would mirror the 14-meter setback distance for the double driveway at 15 James Street. For all of these reasons, Mr. Chair, my client respectfully requests that the committee refuse this application. Subject to any further questions you may have, those are my submissions. Thank you for your time.
I do have a question. Your client's property, you're citing how close it is to that driveway, but on your client's property, is not the use of that property a driveway itself?
It is, sir. There are 2 points I'd like to address for that. So 1, there is an existing retaining wall between the two, so there is a grade difference. This would not be a driveway proposed where the grade is shared between the 2 properties. And I would add as well that
why is that an issue?
In situations where driveways are adjacent to each other, they usually share the same grade, and they usually also as well have easements that offer both users of the property to have certain rights of movement over those driveways. That just has.
We're not talking about a shared driveway. We're talking about a driveway which is parallel to another driveway with a strip of land that's going to exist between the two. And on that land will exist a curb and a fence. So I'm trying to understand what the negative impact is of a driveway next to a driveway.
The negative impact, sir, stems from the bifurcation of this application process. The original application, which proposed and was approved by the committee for the construction of this garden suite, didn't include a driveway on it.
No, it didn't, but that's what's before us now.
Correct.
And so what I'm trying to understand is what your concerns are and what is the nature of the negative impact that is going to occur to your client.
Simply due to the location of the garden suite currently, Mr. Chair, there remains limited options for the placement of the driveway. It can either be between the existing garden suite and the main dwelling.
Okay, and
or
what's
between,
the problem with the proposal as it stands?
Sir, it's detailed in our letter, and I've spoken to it as well in my submissions. My client has privacy, noise, light, parking, and safety impacts. I think as well, if you want to really demonstrate this conflict here, there's a drawing titled close-up driveway drawing, or the site plan will work as well, submitted by the applicant.
Yeah.
That drawing right there is, scroll down, thank you very much. One more, please, if staff would. Thank you so much. So if you zoom in on that image, Mr. Chair, the fence is shown with X's and then dashed lines.
Yeah, no, I understand that.
So the fence goes from right up to the front property line here. And so for the majority of any front or forward or reversing travel movement, the view from any occupant of that car is severely restricted both by the fence and by the location of the house.
But that goes to your argument of privacy, does it not?
It does.
The fence provides you that privacy and that visual overlook that you don't have to see that driveway or that other car.
Through the chair, yes, it does, sir. However, the committee cannot enforce or cannot require the applicant to maintain that fence. The proper mitigation here is in reliance on an existing fence that can be removed at any time. The proper mitigation here is to consider where this driveway should go when balancing its impacts. And my client submits that the most impactful location for this driveway is on the north.
But I'm trying to understand the nature of the impact. Like, you have a driveway next to a driveway. So what is the impact? The impact is that you see the neighbor's car?
Mr. Chair, the impact is privacy, noise, light, parking, and safety concerns.
What are those concerns specifically? I mean, you're making general statements. You're not saying that. I'm not going to give examples. That's up to you.
Mr. Chair, would you permit my clients to speak more to the particulars of that request?
You've used your time representing them, so it's up to you to answer the questions.
So Chair, may I ask then a question? Perhaps I can assist the Chair's request for adverse impact. Chair?
Yeah, please.
Yeah. Rather than introduce a new speaker, because you had your time to speak, would you not agree with me that the introduction of the driveway, as far as impact, is number one, you're introducing an additional movement on a public road where all the movements to that property should be off the principal road, which is on James Street. Number two, with respect to impact on the adjacent property, by the introduction of an additional driveway, even though it may be adjacent to each other, now you're duplicating the number of traffic movements that occur at that location. Safety was the issue that was presented by the agent, and that's what we're all interested in, is safety. By introducing another driveway immediately adjacent to your client's driveway, movements in and out of each of the individual driveways are now conflicting. They're duplicated. And by the fact that they're duplicated, presents an additional area of hazard. Would you not agree with me?
Through a chair, yes, yes, committee member, I would agree with you. I think the impacts are multiplied, especially due to the policy direction in both the official plan and the zoning bylaw in allowing garden suites, directing that garden suites not have additional driveways and maintain parking for those garden suites on existing driveways. Like you said, this is what increases the conflict.
Now that situation is throughout the city of Toronto. You can have a semi-detached house where the driveways are side by side. This is very similar too. But here's the opportunity to avoid the duplication of movements. Both properties, both vehicles on both properties can be backing out at the same time, or both property owners could be entering the property at the same time. What are the chances that could happen? Maybe 1 in 1,000, who knows? The fact of the matter is that the property is served by a driveway. Would you not agree with me that the subject property is subject before us today? The property is serviced by a driveway. The committee made a decision to allow a secondary suite. That secondary suite functioned, was approved on the basis that it could work without the introduction of a second driveway. Now, I know that in the process of constructing it, there were a lot of vehicles on the property and using it as a driveway, and I thought that was part of the construction process and that behavior would stop. But I've noticed over the couple of years that the traffic does come in and out from that. And the introduction of the driveway is what concerns me, the safety aspect. I would suggest to you that perhaps your clients or the neighbors' issue is the fact that the traffic movements are being duplicated in an area where it did not exist before. And question is, should we allow it? Would you agree with that?
Through the chair, yes, I would agree with those submissions.
Okay, thank you. That's a little more, that's kind of the specifics I was trying to pull out of you.
I understand, Mr. Chair.
He's not a planner, that's okay. We'll excuse him. But that leads me to another argument, and that is your clients are proposing alternate locations for a driveway. And those alternate locations do not mitigate any of the concerns that Mr. Gully has just mentioned. You're still going to be duplicating. You're still going to have an additional point of entry. So it seems to me like your client's real concern with this isn't the fact that there's going to be an additional driveway, but the fact that it is next to their property.
Through the chair, my client offered this as a reasonable alternative. Their baseline position remains their
That
request.
there shouldn't be a second.
Correct. They offered that alternative as
a less severe.
Less severe, correct. And they offered this to the applicant previously so that a happy medium could be reached by all sides.
I just wanted to understand all of this. So
that's correct. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any other questions? No. Okay. Thank you for.
Thank you, sir.
Do we have Tim Anderson here as well?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members.
Good afternoon, yeah. Afternoon.
Tim Anderson, 54 37th Street. I oppose this application. There's already an existing driveway on the property fronting James Street where the applicants currently park 3 vehicles and charging for 2 electric vehicles. In addition, there's a garage which could accommodate a 4th vehicle. The proposed second driveway is long enough to accommodate 3 additional vehicles as it runs almost the entire width of the property. The proposed driveway length appears to be at least 15 meters from the sidewalk. It greatly exceeds the length required to park only a single vehicle as claimed by the applicant. A driveway as proposed would allow the applicant to park up to 7 vehicles on the lot between the 2 driveways, which is excessive and unreasonable. 7 vehicles on the lot ruins the streetscape and does not meet the character of the neighborhood. The proposed driveway abuts the rear property line against city bylaws. Should a separate driveway be allowed, there appears to be sufficient space for a single car driveway south of the garden suite. There is a sapling that was recently planted within the last approximately 12 months that could be relocated. And this tree is not listed on the registered plan or Toronto City canopy maps. The applicants reference 11 other properties that have second driveways. I don't believe this is comparable to the application. None of the 11 properties appear to have garden suites and present an inflated ratio of corner lots with 2 driveways. Some of these submissions show semicircular driveways, which I don't believe would be considered 2 driveways, properties with 2 front yard driveways, and properties on dead-end streets. In addition, these second driveways may have been legal at one time, but as we know, laws change, just like the laws change to allow garden suites and the laws that govern garden suites, and not allowing vehicle access to parking other than from existing. I also have an object to the public hearing notice to the community, as it was inadequate to properly inform the community, as it only lists 1 zoning variance. And I understand there was an application to the zoning people, and they highlighted 1, but it was just that a driveway is not allowed given the existing bylaw. But if you put a driveway...
Are you aware of other variances that are required for this driveway?
I believe that if a driveway is included with a garden suite, or maybe any auxiliary building, then there's a requirement for a 6-meter setback in the rear yard. Sorry if my time's still going.
No, it's okay. I don't want to take your time.
Multiple other zoning infractions may apply to the proposal, such as the example of the rear yard setback with a new driveway. As the community was not properly informed, this should be rectified by the city. Oh, sorry. I also forgot to note that I also believe it was sort of misleading to not include the property directly to the north of the applicant's property, because in my view, that property is the most impacted by this change, given the proximity of the proposed driveway. As the community was not properly informed, this should be reflected or be rectified by the city. A complete notice should be sent out to residents for a complete and open explanation of the bylaws that may require variances. Just in speaking quickly also to safety, I don't know if you're aware, but the city on their official City of Toronto cycling map recognizes 37th Street as an on-street shared cycling connection to the waterfront trail system from Lakeshore Boulevard bike paths. So going back to increasing interactions that would otherwise not exist. Also, the corner, at the intersection, the northeast corner is a elementary school drop-off site for young children that have to traverse, especially for the kids that live north of the
I'm going to
property.
ask you to wrap up, and we're going to have some questions, so you're going to have some time to finish your thoughts.
Okay, I guess in summary, the owner's proposal for a second driveway conflicts with the city's objectives to discourage car-centric development, maintain garden suites as secondary units on the same property, subordinate to the main house on the lot. The requested variance is not minor, as perhaps an extension of the existing driveway would be considered minor, and the application does not meet the intent of the law.
Okay, thank you. So I'm a little bit confused. You're implying that there are variances here that were not published?
I believe so. And
well, if that's the case, then you should file a complaint with property standards, and they'll be back here. But this went through zoning review, did it not? Okay, so the zoning examiner from the city seems to think there's only the one variance. So on what basis do you think there are other variances?
Well, not keeping in mind, I'm not an expert in this by far, but I don't know if that one variance that was referenced is a deal breaker, and then would possibly, if other variances are then identified in the application of this driveway, would the applicant not have to come back to the committee to have that resolved? I thought it was pretty clear in the guidance for garden suites that if a driveway is included, there's a 6-meter setback required. And I thought the city was even
6-meter setback required where?
From the rear, for the rear property line in the backyard. I believe the wording is
6 meters for the garden suite itself, not for the driveway.
My understanding was it would include I think without a driveway it's 1.5 meters or something like that from what I read. With the driveway is 6 meters from.
So you're saying that by approving this, we're going to trigger another variance?
I believe so.
Okay, that's an interesting argument. And I'm not sure what your comment meant when you said the property to the north should be included. Should be included in what?
The diagram that was provided, like the lot schematics, was provided with the notice. Because people are making decisions and I don't think they understand the full picture.
Well, you can get the full picture when you go online and look at all the supporting documents. The notice that's published only publishes the property that's at issue.
But yet they show the property to the east that isn't impacted at all.
I'm not sure.
It wouldn't be this diagram. It would be the one that showed the full lot with the proposed driveway on it.
No, but that wasn't mailed out. All that gets mailed out is the notice, the written verbal notice.
That is, it was included as on page.
In the mail out.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that includes the north property, so I'm not sure what the argument is, but.
So there's that one, and on the opposite was the site map, or whatever it's called.
The site plan is the site plan. It's not the neighbors.
No, but I'm just showing.
Okay, anyway.
When you consider impacts on neighboring properties, they show the one to the east, which appears to have no impact, but yet not the one to the north. It bears the burden of most.
Everyone in a 60-meter radius gets a notice because everyone is potentially impacted.
Yes.
So by putting something or not putting something on a drawing, there's no inference that someone is being impacted or not being impacted.
Yeah, I just don't think it completes.
Anyway,
provides a complete picture.
That's fine. Any other questions?
Chair, I have a couple of questions. So just on the last item, I think the agent could have probably included what you're referring to, because as a committee too, we ask sometimes that you not show the one lot, but also what's adjacent to it, so that the members have a better idea if they haven't had the opportunity to go out to the site to see it, or Google it, or street view it, whether there's anything adjacent that might be affected. And indeed, in this case, would you not agree with me that a map showing the fact that the adjacent property to the north and the adjacent property to the east, showing their driveways, perhaps would have made it a bit more comprehensive in us making an educated decision on this matter?
But do we not have that? I mean, it's...
So sometimes we ask the members the applicants to include properties on either side. My question to you is, though, you live in the area, is there a sidewalk on the east side of 37th Street?
Yes.
There's a sidewalk. How would, are you confident that the city would be able to manage how many vehicles park in this proposed driveway? Should we allow it, which we're looking either to allow it or not allow it? Do you think the city would have sufficient ability to manage how many cars park on that driveway? The length of it, to me, would practically allow 3 vehicles to park with no great difficulty. Do you think the city would be able to manage and ensure that only 1 vehicle parks there, or do we have that control as a resident? Do you see that we be able to manage whether they park 1 vehicle or 3?
I believe in deciding whether or not to allow the driveway in the first place.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't think the city can control how many cars they park in the
Yeah, it
driveway.
would be very difficult, you know, for us to know whether 3 cars are parking on that driveway or not.
But you had noted a
Answer my
camper.
question.
You had noted a camper. I've seen a sailboat as well on the property.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? No? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, just as a reminder, we do have one additional speaker that is
Online?
online. And I will find them now. So that person would be George Pechtal from 21 James. Mr. Pechtal, you're unmuted.
Hello?
George Pechtal. Okay, so again, as I stated at the beginning, only I will mute and unmute participants. So I will try unmuting George Pechtal one more time. Mr. Pechtal, you're unmuted. Can you say something, please? When I sound checked them this morning, they were fine.
It was fine, okay. Well, we've lost him now, so
Mr. Pechtal, hello? They're unmuted, but there's no audio.
maybe a suggestion to disconnect and reconnect or dial in with the phone.
It seems that's what they're doing now.
Okay, let's.
I think
Hello,
we
can you hear
found
me
them.
now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Oh, excellent. I'm terribly sorry about that. My name is George Pechtel, and I reside at 21 James Street. I'd like to read a prepared statement. As I said, I live on 21 James, kitty corner to 16 James, and as has been illustrated earlier, my property possesses 2 driveways, although we only own 1 car, and I regularly cycle to work downtown along the Lakeshore Path. I believe that the property owners have done with their property the exact kind of community development that we as a city and our community should support. They have wisely built a garden suite so that an elder family generation can remain close to their younger growing family. This allows generations to grow up close to each other and provide strong and independent mutual care and support. This also allows younger generations to own a single family home, which is a property type that is increasingly in short supply. I feel that it's significant that this variance is not being requested simply to augment rental property, but this is a very laudable collaboration between 3 generations of a family that include a young child. So a lot of that is, is character description, but with respect to the opposition, I live across the street from a pair of houses, number 20 and 22 James Street, with a shared driveway that stretches from the street to the back of their properties. Both of those families have young children. I believe that there are a number of such developments within a block's radius of our home. And it is my opinion that this proposed driveway is actually aligned with the gradual change in our neighborhood towards increasing density and managing access as the properties in the neighborhood evolve. I'm not directly impacted, obviously, by any of the concerns raised But as I'm a concerned neighbor, I've watched the contributions of the homeowners to the neighborhood over the past 12 years that I've lived in the neighborhood, and I have no concerns about the proposal, and I'm enthusiastically in support of their request. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Just a brief question. There's a house directly across the street from you on 37th. So this would be the southeast corner.
Yes.
Does that property have 2 driveways?
It does.
And what do you think of that?
They seem to make good use of it. They have multiple vehicles. They have, I think, 4 times the number of cars that I have. So, I mean,
okay.
It's it's a fact of life. I think they also have a number of generations living in that home.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yeah, Mr. Gully?
Thank you for speaking to us. I wanted to ask, indeed, you agree that garden suites is a way of soft intensification and providing additional housing, which is really required in the city of Toronto. You agree with that correctly?
100%, yes.
Yeah. Do you believe that part of the proposals for garden suites also included in the equation the opportunity and the better ability to have people who reside in these garden suites afford the opportunity to take transit or have a different type of mobility to the automobile? Do you think part of the whole idea of garden suites is to increase intensification in the city, but incorporate the idea that there's a better way to move in the city? There are other mobility options other than the car. Do you believe that that's part of the concept of a garden suite?
I haven't thought much of it. I suspect that you could consider those 2 things together. So I do see that there's value in taking those 2 priorities at once.
Thank you.
Thank you. There are no other speakers?
No, Mr. Chair, and there are no other speakers.
Okay, so I'm going to call the agent back.
Just one moment.
The applicant,
Oh, yeah.
sorry.
That's right.
Thank you. So whenever you're ready, I guess.
Whenever you're ready with your rebuttal, please.
All right. So briefly in regards to 49th Street input, we do note that, yes, the existing privacy fence already exists. It is perfectly appropriate to have a fence on one side, and the idea that privacy fence would suddenly be removed for some reason is somewhat speculative, so I can't necessarily comment on that. But if it's possible to pull up the later submissions we made of site photos, we do have a picture showing straight on the appearance of what the what the space is available between the privacy fence and the garden suite, and do note that in our opinion it represents the most private of all the options. When looking at, actually this is a perfect view here too as well, if you want to just go back to that one. So you can't see the privacy fence in this one, but that is almost the full extent of what the driveway width would be. But we also consider the locations proposed by the opponents and note that it would require removal of trees in all 3 instances, as well as extending the front driveway to the west would actually impede an existing fire hydrant. Furthermore, those proposals have not been considered by transportation services. In regards to the curb cut and the location of the driveway, the movement of traffic and whatnot, we rely on transportation services who have the opportunity to comment. Neither planning, transportation services, nor forestry nor any other commenting partners did provide any opposition or feedback on this application, which obviously they're not in a position to support per se, but we do rely on their technical opinion in regards to the appropriateness of anything. In regards to, let's see, so basically as far as we're concerned with the 3 cars, we have 3 cars. Where do we put one of the cars? We can face them at the front, which currently exists, but more traffic happens crossing the sidewalk, moving those cars, than would happen if one of those cars was moved to the proposed driveway location. So it would be creating more traffic on 37th Street. However, it's not creating more traffic overall. We still have the same volume of cars. In relation to the length of the driveway, as you know, the parking space requirement, I believe, behind the front wall of the building is, I believe, 2-point-something meters wide by 5.6 meters long. That is a zoning bylaw requirement, which otherwise would require a variance to reduce. My clients are agreeable to installing a fence or somehow otherwise having that 5.6 meters behind the front wall indicated in order to limit. But pragmatically speaking, speaking of the number of cars that can park in a driveway, that's sort of a riddle across the city because the driveway length is really determined by the distance it takes to go from the curb cut, obviously, to the legal parking space. In regards, while we are obviously supportive of the transit-oriented direction that the city is headed in, pragmatically speaking, Long Branch has not fully matured to the transit-oriented development future that we all hope exists. And realistically, the city also does have the sort of long-term goals of supporting aging in place and supporting seniors as they age. And further pragmatically speaking, for my clients, as they get older, arguably their reliance on transit will become less possible, assuming, I mean, heaven forbid, but you know, in the cases of mobility issues or also in terms of long-term care needs, people accessing them. So there are those trade-offs to make. Yes, transit-oriented development is important, but also we do need to keep in mind the needs of our seniors and other circumstances which arise in multi-generational housing. Let's see, I've got lots of notes here. So while we haven't, so I mentioned the alternatives considered would remove mature trees, or trees in this case, and I believe the gentleman suggested parking be considered where the sapling is placed, so the sapling would be removed, but also you have the same privacy and overlook issues virtually wherever you place the driveway. Realistically, in neighborhoods, we have cars. We're always going to see those cars when they're there. I believe people in the neighborhood are familiar with the expectations that they are going to see some vehicles, and there's not an unlimited expectation of that. That's
okay, thank you.
Thanks.
A couple of questions. This neighborhood, I'm assuming, does not have overnight permit parking?
Correct.
If overnight permit parking was available in this neighborhood, would you still require this would you still want this driveway?
I think in general, the care needs, the long-term care needs would weigh on the request to have it. Obviously, on-street parking would be a mitigating factor. Realistically, if there was on-street parking permitted, the application would have a different, would look different, right?
If that were permitted, you could also request an actual handicap spot on the street, so I'm not sure your argument would apply there, but that's okay. And what you're proposing is, which I like, but the fact that you're proposing the super permeable pavers with the, what do you call that, the basket weave.
Mm-hmm, correct.
I mean, that isn't necessarily wheelchair or walker friendly either, though.
Correct, it's not. So if the approval is not granted, obviously there will need to be a walkway and whatnot. That is, largely there's going to need to be a walkway in any sense. It's really the proximity to the garden suite that's important in terms of that accessibility. Okay. There is obviously landscaping. I would note also that we've exceeded the landscaping requirements, so it's really,
Okay, thank you. Questions from other members? Dom?
Couple of questions. Thank you so much for coming back and responding. I just wanted to go back to this issue of the garden suite and the importance of garden suite relative to different mobility options. You don't believe that this part of Etobicoke, Long Branch, Alderwood, these areas don't have good transit? There's GO Transit stop at Lakeshore and Browns Line. There's a streetcar line that connects with that station as well as with north-south routes that go to the subway station. The idea of a garden suite then, in your view, is not to perhaps encourage different mobility options other than automobiles?
Yes, specifically not in this case, by virtue of the fact that the owners live on site with their, and they're aging in place, they are intending to stay there. Transit, having good transit is really a spectrum, right? So yes, it is served well by transit, but is it very accessible? In terms of grocery shopping, the nearest grocery store is a 10-minute walk away. That's perfectly great for an able-bodied person, but, someone in their 60s or 70s, are they as likely to be able to access that, or will they need to drive, or so it's really a spectrum. And what I'm saying is that considering the other goals of the City of Toronto in terms of equity, inclusion, and aging in place, and encouraging multifamily and diverse dwelling types of that sort, I'm arguing to balance that as well. It's not excluding the transit. Maybe one day in the future, when the current occupants are no longer there, it would be lovely to see someone using transit living in that garden suite. But the current condition is not that.
Thank you. In this case, how should we approve this? How would the city manage the use of this driveway to ensure that the whole driveway is not used for cars, 3 or 4 cars parked? Because the opportunity to overlap onto the sidewalk, obviously you'd get ticketed, but there's an opportunity to park 3 cars at the very least without impeding on the sidewalk. How would we regulate how many vehicles park on the driveway?
To my knowledge, there is no policy which regulates that. If you have a driveway that accommodates the cars, you can. So I'm not familiar with any instruments that could be applied to do it. I just know that the owner's intent is to park 1 electric vehicle.
Indeed, you can park 3 cars if you wanted to. What is the garage currently used for?
The garage is used for storage and whatnot. It's actually not sufficiently sized to accommodate a vehicle.
So it's not used as for the storage or the parking of vehicles?
Correct. It's too small for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Actually, I did have one additional question.
Sure.
Anytime you introduce a new driveway, does it reduce the opportunity for a car to park on the street?
That really depends on the space you have available, to my knowledge. I mean, I'm not a traffic engineer, but in theory, I'm a planner and paralegal, yes. Yeah.
So anytime you introduce a driveway on a public road, you do take away the opportunity to have short-term parking on the street.
Yes.
Is that a valid?
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, I just wanted to address one of Dominic's comments. I think there is a way we could restrict the number of cars on here, as long as the cars be on the front face of that garden suite. You don't need additional paving distance beyond that. Is that not correct?
Sorry.
So long as you're parking beyond the front face of the garden suite, you have a legal parking space. You don't necessarily need the permeable pavers to extend all the way to the rear of that.
Correct, yeah, and my clients are happy to represent that or add a fence or accommodate that in any fashion to ensure it's limited to that
I'm just
legal.
suggesting that there are ways you can answer that question in terms of how we can restrict the number of cars.
But there's still no restriction on the front driveway portion because there's no...
Understood. Okay, that's fine. Any other questions? Okay, if not, we're going to take it into committee then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any additional discussion, or is someone ready for a motion? Dominic, I have a question for you, actually. The applicant is proposing to remove only a section of the fence. With the rest of the fence to the north and to the south being intact, is that a visual issue in terms of moving the car out into the street? It's not right at the sidewalk, so you do have a little bit of...
Chair, I think as part of the conversation with the members, I am concerned indeed about sightlines. Are they extreme? I don't believe they are,
okay. But
you're introducing sightline issues that, in my view, are not necessary. Sightline issues that are not there today. Why should we introduce them?
Because somebody
this was in this proposal, in my view, was approved on the original basis of having a garden suite, and that garden suite was not going to have
additional
driveway
parking,
privileges.
Yeah. Understood.
And I'm still strong on that point. Anytime you create an additional driveway on the road, especially when it's not necessary, when it's not imperative, you're introducing additional turning conflicts, traffic conflicts, additional conflicts with pedestrians, additional conflicts with cyclists going to Lake Promenade. I don't want to, my purpose is not to sway anyone in one direction or another. I know how important the driveway may be, but holistically, I don't believe that a driveway is essential.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to get that any other comments from members, or someone ready for a motion?
I just want to comment, it may not be essential, but it's a nice to have.
What's that?
The driveway.
The driveway.
Yeah, it's not essential. I mean,
in conversation and discussion, it would be nice to have, but if it introduces additional conflicting points, then that's what we have to measure. Does it?
But it already exists. It already exists on the street.
But they do exist. They do exist in other places.
And there's a precedent on the street for this already.
So it's not like we're introducing something that doesn't exist. That one on the northeast corner, for what it's worth, doesn't look like it's legal, but anyway.
It may not be.
I think, we don't operate on precedents, and I don't have to remind the committee of that. Again, in my view, is it a minor variance? That's what we have to examine.
So Dominic, I think you're sounding like you're ready for a motion. So.
Yeah, and because you are the transportation guru on the group, I think you should. I think
it's nothing to do with
transportation.
transportation. It has to do with,
but I think
the reality of the situation and.
Yeah, but
to ensure that we make a proper decision.
This isn't
and that we balance everyone's view, both the community and the proponent.
Absolutely.
Because the proponent obviously has the right to ask for it. They have the right to ask for it.
This isn't purely a transportation issue. It's not purely a transportation issue.
It's not. Thank you, Chair.
But I did want to get your transportation perspective. Okay.
Exactly.
Okay, so is anyone ready for a motion? Because if not, I'll do one.
Go ahead.
I thought you were about to go.
I think Natalia's ready for it.
This has been, speaking to my colleagues, I think we've had it here trying to land one way or the other On balance, considering all of the submissions, it's a difficult call, but I think for me, speaking for myself, at the end of the day, I'm of the view that this application should be refused. I am considering not only the for-profit, but the issues of safety and traffic that my
Natalia has put a motion to refuse. Is there a second?
Sure, I'll second.
Favor? Opposed? I can't vote, right?
If it creates a tie.
Okay. In that case, the application is refused.
We're just gonna get our last member set up for the next item. But you can start your introduction, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, sorry, I just want to make some notes on this one.
We just had a break, but I think we're going to have to hear one more. Maybe.
Okay, the next item, number 6, is 27 Herne Hill. A new detached dwelling with an attached garage. A previous committee of adjustment application approved variances related to floor space index, yard setback, side yard setback, depth, exterior main wall height, and stair width. There are 3 variances being requested. That's all the information I have. Alexander Overholt is the agent, and I believe he is online.
Yes, Mr. Chair, let me just find him here to unmute. Okay, Mr. Overholt, you are now unmuted.
Thank you.
If we could get just a brief overview.
Not a problem. I'm happy to do so. So as you mentioned, and I appreciate you doing so, there was a previous notice of decision for this project, right? That is shown within the AIC under a document named previous decisions. In that file, there is a site plan there that you can bring reference to. Now, if one was to compare that site plan to the site plan of the revised drawings that were resubmitted along with the application, one will note that the footprint and massing is identical. What we are pursuing here today and what has triggered the additional 3 variances is the homeowner's wish and desire to simply excavate under the proposed rear porch in the backyard. This rear porch is 2 risers above the rear grade, and they see an opportunity to potentially expand their basement footprint. Because of this, this has triggered the lot depth, lot length, and lot coverage variances. In my opinion, considering the massing is not changed from the previous approval and all disturbances to site will be under the existing grade, I do believe that this application can be considered minor. Any questions do arise, I'd be happy to address them. Thank you.
Not a problem. Thank you. Would you be opposed to us tying you to the site plan?
Not a problem. Like the site plan is the same as the previous. If you want to tie us to our new site plan, that's cool with us.
Okay, and the elevation with regards to the depth?
No problem.
Northeast, okay.
Yeah, if you want to tie us to the plans that were previously submitted to this with this new application, that's okay with us. Go ahead.
Super, thank you.
You're welcome.
There are no other speakers.
No, Mr. Chairman.
Does anyone have any questions? No? Okay, and I mean, the FSI is not changing anyway, so even if they were to build something beyond, they'd have to come back, but I just thought if you tie it to site plan, it just gives us that extra bit of assurance. So if anyone's ready for a motion, be glad to entertain that.
Chair, I prefer to move that the 3 variances be authorized. I believe the 3 variances that are being requested are indeed minor, appropriate, move approval with no conditions.
Okay, you don't want to tie it to site plan? I don't really care. No, okay, that's fine.
Mr. Chair.
Please, welcome.
I second that motion.
Welcome, Mr. Taylor.
Verify my attendance.
Glad you made it. Okay, that's unanimous approval.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care.
You too. Item 7, 34 Patika Avenue. There is one variance being requested. It is FSI. Forest is requesting condition 2 in the event of approval. There are 2 letters of objection, number 36 and yours. Tell us what you want.
John Long, 34. I'm the owner applicant. My wife and I have lived here for 6 years. We love the neighborhood. We're looking to have many kids, and we're looking to have a addition for our existing home here on Patika Avenue. Lovely community. It's a second-story rear addition, respecting the general intent of the zoning bylaw, in our opinion, respecting all existing setbacks, well below the height restriction. We just need a little bit more space for our family, is all. I do understand that there are 2 letters of objections from the neighbors that are immediately adjacent. I'm happy to speak to both. I reviewed both in detail. What I will say, I guess, just while I have the mic, is we have been in constant and frequent communication with both of these neighbors. They both seemed amenable at the start of the project when we initiated about 6 months ago, excited about the project for our family. So we were a little surprised when we got the letters of objection maybe just a week ago. Upon further review, we've noticed, I'll speak to 36 Patika, Bill and Mary. They've noted concerns on privacy. If we refer to the plans uploaded to the city website, we'll actually notice that they mentioned windows. There are no windows on that west looking wall into their yard. We took that into consideration because we like Bill and Mary, so we actually completely eliminated that window. In regards to 32 Patika, Linda, she mentioned trees. We actually are looking forward to working with urban forestry. That tree is presents an overhead hazard. It has not been maintained throughout the years that we've lived there. There are dead branches falling every single year. One nearly fractured my collarbone mowing my grass. I don't let my son walk out there in the yard. So as part of this project, if we were to decide to invest and move forward, we would absolutely look to work with urban forestry to trim or prune that tree such that it's not an overhead hazard anymore. In regards, she does mention a drainage issue. Yes, there is a prominent drainage issue on 34 Patika. It is an issue we have to invest in as well. So as part of this project, we would be looking to hire a third party like a landscape engineer, or pardon me, I'm not a good soil guy at all, but I do work in the trade, and so I would look forward to hiring some sort of engineer to produce a level of drawings in order to establish a natural swale to divert any rainwater so that it would move safely towards the rear of the lot. And off the top of my head, those were the ones that stuck out, but I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Okay, I have some questions. Just want to clarify your drawings.
Sure.
Because on your site plan, you're showing certain dimensions. Then on your ground floor plan, you're showing a void.
Ground floor plan on which
so this
drawing?
is drawing A2-01.
A2 sorry?
01.
A2-1, okay.
Okay, so.
Yes, I'm actually glad that you brought that up. Yes, we're looking to cantilever that void. Mostly because, so Linda brought up her shrubs. Again, her garden is overgrown. we have to do a lot of
Okay,
maintenance on.
we'll get into that, but
Okay, sure.
I'm just trying to clarify, are you going to excavate for a basement under there?
No, sir.
No.
No, not at all. We're maintaining the existing basement
So
condition.
it's strictly going to be a second floor addition over that portion?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that because it's hard to pick that up from the elevations. But, okay. So that mitigates to some degree.
Exactly. We're not touching the basement, existing basement condition whatsoever.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Just wanted to clarify that and just make that clear for members too, so that we know what we're looking at. That was my only question. Members, any questions? No? Okay, so we have some additional speakers, so we're going to get you to sit down and come back.
Oh,
in
sure.
moments. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
So we have the owners of 32 Patika and 36. Sorry. They're both in person?
Mr. Chairman, no, they're not in person because of the weather.
Okay.
They are sharing one computer, so let me find them here. Okay, so I found the computer for Mary Contapidis.
Yes.
Okay, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yeah, so I think I sent in a 2-page letter.
Yep.
In regards
We need
to
you
our
to
objection.
state
Our
your name and
objection-
address, please.
Yes, Mary Contapidis, 32 Patika Avenue.
Correct.
Yeah, and not 36. I think John mixed us up. So we are on the west side. And our biggest objection there's several objections, but the main one is that it's too large. I've included a photograph of our backyard at this point, the view that we have to the east. This proposed extension looks like it's going to be 25 feet in addition to the existing home, which will bring it just about up to our garage, which will completely block our view and all our morning sun. And it's very close to the property line, and we don't think that it is an appropriate construction for something that we will be looking at from our backyard. That will be the only thing we see is a 2-story home. And we don't want to set a precedent for the neighbor on the other side to do that, essentially leaving us in an alley between 2 oversized homes.
Okay, just a couple of comments.
Yeah.
They are not requesting a side yard setback, so their distance to your property is an as-of-right situation, so we're not actually here to
Yes.
discuss that.
No.
So the only thing is the size, the square footage.
Yes.
And that's really the only thing we can either say yea or nay to today.
Okay, so the square footage, in our opinion, is not minor. The permitted square footage would be 1,544 square feet, which we're fine with that. Many houses have done it on the street. What we have an issue with is the 0.55 percentage, which brings the house to 2,123 square feet, which is a difference of approximately 600 square feet. We think that's too big. It's not appropriate for the property. It will negatively impact the 2 adjoining lots. And we have lived on the street for 27 years. And Patika is a street very unique where every home is pretty much the same in the style. They were all built in 48, 49. The proportions of the homes are the same. Some additions have been done, but nothing to this extent. And we don't feel that it is appropriate or for the property. And I'd also like to reference the Etobicoke York design guidelines on page 6 for Weston, which deals specifically with the intent of the area and the objectives and the guidelines, which are to preserve the character and integrity of the neighborhood through the preservation of the existing built forms, to protect against incursion by other uses and more intense forms of development, and to reinforce the existing neighborhood through the introduction of sensitive residential infill. Furthermore, the guidelines state that the retention of existing built forms will be encouraged. New development will reflect the general form and character of the existing buildings in terms of height, proportion, and roof lines. we don't feel that this proposed development meets those requirements. So we'd like to just preserve the integrity of the street the way we bought it. The reason that we fell in love with it was that all these homes are similar and there's a sense of community here, and putting such a large structure on these small lots, which is actually double what is permitted. So they're allowed approximately 700 square feet additional. They want to go 1,400 square feet additional.
That's
I
minor.
don't think that's minor.
Okay.
We are not of the opinion that it's minor, and it's very concerning. What will happen to this street if this construction is allowed to go ahead? Because I know many neighbors have tried in the past and have not been successful. And it's not a matter of us wishing to stay frozen in time, but we want to maintain our sense of community and the landscape around us.
And the sun.
And the sun and our view.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions from committee members? No? Okay. Do we have a second deputant? Linda?
Yes, my name is Linda Kukar, and I live at 36 Patika.
Okay.
My concern is, first of all, the size of the house that is proposed. It will overshadow the surrounding houses. When I'm in my backyard, I'll see a wall with second-story windows looking directly into my yard. The two-story structure will block completely any sun from coming into my yard. The windows at the back of the house, in the front of the house, because I understand that 3 dormers are to be built in the front, will change the look of the house and the uniformity of the street, which is what Mary has just talked about. Second, I'd like to talk about water drainage. In the 30 years that I have lived here, 34 Patika has flooded from the back fence to the front door multiple times a year. Sometimes it gets pumped out, but not completely, leaving standing water. If the house is extended into the yard, leaving less green space, where does this water go? Standing water then creates a mosquito problem. My next concern is my trees. I would disagree that my garden is overrun and poorly maintained. I think it is a mature garden and it's an 80-year-old tree. There is a maple in the corner, several trees along the property line, lilac, serviceberry, forsythia. So how are you going to protect my trees during the construction, if in fact the construction is allowed? Okay, that's it for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? No, I just want to point out that the applicant is not asking for a variance with regards to coverage. So what they're building is in line with what is permitted in terms of the ground area. I think the fact that he's doing that cantilever speaks to that to some degree. Anyway, I'll ask you. Was there any?
Could you explain that? Because I'm not understanding. The variance notice we received said that it was going from 0.4% of the lot to 0.55%. So is that not above the permitted guidelines?
Let me just see what we got here. I'm talking about coverage. That's square footage.
Square footage, yes.
Yeah, what he's not doing is he's not increasing or not proposing to increase the actual ground area that's going to be covered by the house, because the second floor is not going to be the full length of the addition. It's only going to be a partial.
Thank you.
So
thank you for clarifying.
And he also clarified that there's going to be no basement underneath that portion. So that portion of the ground will still theoretically be able to receive groundwater.
Okay.
So I just want to clarify that it's really just the square footage that he's asking for an increase on. There are no other speakers, I'm assuming? So we'll...
Yes, hi. Yes, hi there. My name's Bill Contopoulos.
He's at the same
Okay, yeah, but are you also at 32 Patika?
I am at 32
Okay,
Patika.
we've already heard from your
Mary's my
residents.
wife.
Thank you.
You spoke to her.
Correct. So we can't speak to you as well.
But you cannot do that?
That's correct. One person per address.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, but I'm here if you have questions.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
They're all in the same room. Okay, if I can ask the applicant to come back, John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So it's your opportunity to rebut the issues or concerns that have been expressed by the other deputants.
Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Chair. I get the house numbers mixed up, so my apologies. Regards to Mary's comment on overdevelopment and intensification, just to clarify, we're not adding units, and we are actually maintaining the Cape Cod style of architecture. So we're not demolishing the house whatsoever. We're simply just expanding the front dormers of the home. That's really important for us to respect the sense of community. We like Patika Avenue and the community on the street, and the home was designed such that we respect the existing architecture of the street. If we really wanted to, we could have knocked it all down and just built something grand and amazing. We don't want to do that. We actually really enjoy living on historic Weston. Regarding Linda's comment on the windows, to my understanding, the windows facing her side would be a bathroom. We like to frost the windows in our bathrooms because I don't like, I like my privacy when I'm showering. I don't know about you. Standing water green space. Look, I agree. There is a drainage problem. We will fix it. We want to fix this problem. I'm the one going out there pumping the water. And I don't want to do that anymore. So as a result, we are respecting the rear lot setback and maintaining that level of green space. Again, we will be hiring a landscape architect to establish a natural swale towards the rear of the lot. We really want to fix this problem. I think it would be really good for the community to do that. As well as tree protection. She mentioned tree protection throughout the construction. I'll leave that up to urban forestry. Like I said, I look forward to working with urban forestry to maintain this tree. It is an extreme overhead hazard. I nearly broke my collarbone mowing my grass because of a dead branch. This tree requires maintenance, and I do look forward to working with the City of Toronto. Regarding that, both of these neighbors have mentioned massing of the structure. I agree, it is a larger structure in nature. What I will say to that is I do believe that the variance is minor in nature. We're respecting the general intent of the zoning bylaw. By respecting all existing setbacks, we're well below the height restriction. So regarding like shadows and stuff, I leave that up to the zoning bylaw to determine that, but we're well below the height restriction. And as well, as Mr. Chair had mentioned, we are respecting the lot coverage for this very reason as well. So I do believe that this variance is minor in nature. We love the community. We would love to raise our family here. And I do think it's a desirable outcome for this community. We're not increasing the number of cars. We're not increasing, other than having kids, we're not increasing the number of occupants in the building. Maybe you might want like 1 or 2 more kids if that's okay, but like that's like really it. I thank you, members of the committee and Mr. Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you. So, lost my spot. Okay, so you're good with frosting the bathroom window in the event that we should approve. Did you?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Do you by any chance do any analysis in the neighborhood to see what comparable FSIs have been approved?
Honestly, Mr. Chair, I haven't seen, I haven't done research or have data. I think I would have to pay for that kind of data to see like levels of FSI. But I will mention that 187 William Street, which is actually my friend's custom home. I went to school with my buddy, and he actually lives in that custom home back there. He had a committee of adjustment application and increased his square footage, as well as 182 Williams Street. Sorry, 207 Williams and 182 Williams. Those are the 2 streets that I've seen.
No idea what their FSIs are?
No, sir.
I don't think you're unreasonable, but I just it's always good to have perspective.
Mr. Chair, I would have loved to have that level of data. I'm an analytical kind of guy, but I just don't have, I don't think I had access to that level of data.
But obviously, planning didn't have any issues with your application, so.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay. All right, any other questions? No, thank you.
Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion.
We'll take it into committee. You're good.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee.
I've listened carefully to the speakers, the neighbors, and I understand their issues and their concern. But I think I'm prepared to even use the word alleviate their concerns, because this application does not request any variance to height, front yard setback, rear yard setback, side yard setbacks, coverage. The only request is for a small increase, in my view, to the floor space index to create an addition to this home, which would make this home more appropriate for these times. I believe that the additional FSI at 0.55, 196 square meters is nominal, it's justifiable, it's appropriate, and I think it's a good introduction to the community as far as redevelopment is concerned. Redevelopment in the sense that maintaining everything there, just putting an addition to the rear. Move approval with urban forestry condition number 2.
Do you want to hold them to frosting the bathroom window,
I
second
think
floor?
the fact that he spoke and indicated that he was going to do that will go on the record. I don't think there's any need to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for Dominic's motion?
Yeah, I would be pleased to second that for the rationale enunciated by my colleague, Mr. Gully.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, it's unanimous approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I don't know, should we take another break? We already did one. Okay, do you want? We're just going to keep, I don't know. Do you want to do one more and then we? Yeah, 8 has been deferred. Yeah, so we're on to item 9, which is 14 Distin Avenue. This is an application to construct a new detached dwelling with an attached garage and a secondary suite. There are 3 variances being requested. Forestry is requesting conditions 1, 2, and 3 in the event of approval. Number 9. Eddie Perez is the agent.
Hello, good afternoon, Chairman and committee members. My name is Eddie Perez. We're at 537 Rogers Road. As you pointed out, we're proposing
Okay, Eddie, can I get you to hold off for 1 sec? There's
Yeah,
a
sure, no
second. There's a second person on my speakers list, Sean Hunt. Is that individual still?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Well, let me just double check. They were definitely here during sound check, and well, that is interesting. Yeah, so I did have them on sound check, but I don't see them here anymore. Let me just refresh. No, they're no longer on the call.
And
Mr. Chair.
did they indicate if they were in support or opposition?
I did not ask them.
Okay. Let me just see if we have, Eddie, go ahead.
This is very straightforward application. We have 45% coverage that allowed. We have 48.4. That's because they're counting the wood deck at the back, because it's more than 1.2 meters above grade. So that's what brings the number over 45. And then we have a side yard setback, which is a little bit improvement from what the existing house is right now. The existing house is at 0.27, and we're proposing 0.30. And we're doing, see, this is a very narrow lot. And on the other side, we're cantilever just second floor, which brings in other side back. And that's the only variances we have. And I feel, in my opinion, this application is very minor in nature and meets the 4 tests. Thank you
Okay,
very
just
much.
a quick question. Variance 2, what is that? What's the current
Yeah, that's the one I just pointed out. The current setback is 0.2. I have it on the survey here.
0.26, and you're going to 0.3, so you're improving the situation very slightly.
Yeah, correct. You can see the dotted lines.
Okay.
And
Is that common in,
'cause they-
and is that common in this area?
yes, it is. You can see next door.
Okay,
And then
that's all I wanted to
one
know. Thank you.
The other side is the same thing. It's very common. As you know, these lots are very to accommodate a
Okay.
proper house. We always do that.
All right, super. The other speaker has not resurfaced.
Let me try one more time with the refresh here. And
No, I just saw that, yeah.
oh, that gentleman is no longer.
Yeah. Question, sorry. Eddie, we have a question for you from Mr. Taylor.
Yeah, sure. No
Yeah.
problem.
Hi, Mr. Perez. Yeah, can you tell us what the existing south side lot line is? I couldn't pick it up on the survey. I wouldn't ask.
Well, on the main floor, we're actually using that's cantilever in the second floor, just to get some additional space. But the footprint is less on the first floor. The first floor is not as wide as the second floor. We have 4 foot major, 1.2, 1.22. If you look at the first basement and the first floor plan, they're not as wide as the second floor plan. You see that? Second floor, 6.71 meters, 1 meter wide.
You said 6 point something? It can't be.
Well, the first floor is the width of the house, 6.1 meters. The second floor, because of the cantilever, is a little wider, 6.71. But the footprint and the basement, property line.
The south side setback is over 6 meters?
Width of the house is wider on the basement and the first floor. Second floor, a little wider because we're to the side. So we have more setback, 1, 2, and on the upper part, we have 0.60.
Okay, for zoning. One meter south side lot line, correct?
On the second floor and above the first floor, correct. There's a cantilever on the second and third floor, second floor end. If you look at the elevation, the front and the rear elevation, you can see the little. And it has the dimensions for the side yards on both the front elevation and the rear elevation. And that was mostly to accommodate the room so we can get proper rooms in the second floor. Been very narrow and small. Can you still hear me?
Yeah,
Loud and clear.
I'm just having trouble understanding, but maybe my colleague can help me.
Okay. Yeah, can you, if you put the front, or even the rear elevation, if you put it on the
Yeah,
screen,
got
you
it.
can see the cantilever on the second
So
floor.
drawing A7 will show the cantilever.
Correct. It shows the side yard setbacks there as well. And if you look at the second floor plan, you can see that the bedroom in the middle is only 10 foot wide. So if we didn't do that, we would only have an 8 foot middle bedroom. It'd be very small.
Yeah, so it's compliant at grade. The setback variance is
Correct.
required on the second floor.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
That's why you got to get the cantilever ones clarified because they get confusing.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is everyone good with this now? Okay, anyone ready for a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion. There's only 3 variances. We have no, did we have public speakers?
No, well, we couldn't find them.
Okay. So there's no recorded public speaker. I'm satisfied the 3 variances meet the 4 tests under the Planning Act, and I move approval subject to urban forestry conditions 1, 2, and 3.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Seconder.
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Popovic. All in favor? Okay, unanimous approval.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we want a 5-minute break so you can do a bathroom? Okay. Can we take a 5-minute break? And then we'll decide what we want to do with the rest of the morning agenda because we are way behind.
What, he makes a snowman?
We haven't started item 10 yet, but between item 10 and item 18, which technically the morning, only 2 are contested, which means the uncontested items might go faster, right? Because, no. That won't happen.
No, yeah. There's a fellow there who's already quite tired. Is that a promise?
I still want to accurately have this by yeah, considering that you're not getting they do a lot of stuff.
Oh yeah, I've never done anything there. I've been there many times in my former life as a professional musician. Oh really? Yeah, so I'm a very experienced and established guitar player. No, like electric guitar. So I had a rock band that we kept together for 10 years. I released 3 albums, toured across Canada, States. It's called WINNIPEG. It's on iTunes. Sold like 100,000 albums in Germany. But anytime we go to Etobicoke, 500 or 600 people. Yeah, I think I did a couple all-ages shows in Trenton earlier in the band, when we were less established. I still get paid for it. Yeah, it was all right. We were pretty dedicated to our songwriting and stuff. So I don't have a degree. I have a degree in environmental studies from the university, which is specialized in permanent energy. And then I have a diploma from Seneca in landscape design, which is not an OAA accredited thing. And I have a college diploma in architectural drafting, college diploma in dispute resolution and mediation. I've got my RPP, MCIP, and a professional landing contract.
So the afternoon is going to be.
Okay. Well, I don't know. I'm waiting for staff. Never turned it off, yeah. Okay, resuming the morning session, item 10, 7 LYNNGROVE Avenue. This is an application to construct a 1-story west side addition. There are 2 variances being requested. There are no comments from any outside departments.
Hello and good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Milad Mirfakhroi and I live at 28 Bannon Avenue.
Good afternoon. I don't think we need a full presentation.
Yeah. I'm here to answer any questions.
That would be fantastic. Members, do we have any questions for the applicant? No?
No, this is a pretty straightforward
Okay,
application.
so is anyone ready for a motion?
Since I have my microphone on, I can make a motion, sure.
Okay.
So, how do you make a motion again? This actually, yes, thank you. I remember the drill. This application does meet the 4 tests under the Planning Act. It's a very straightforward application. It's very desirable. You've got a gorgeous home there. You're adding to it, which is really nice, not tearing it down. So I move for approval with no conditions.
Thank you, Ms. Alderson. Is there a seconder?
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Popovic. All in favor? Unanimous approval. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, committee.
Okay. Item 11. 21 Joseph Street. This is an application to construct a 2nd and 3rd story rear addition above a portion of the existing dwelling. A 3-story rear addition, a 3-story east side addition, and two rear platforms. There are 9 variances being requested. Forestry is requesting condition 1 in the event of approval. Planning has 2 conditions in the event, is requesting 2 conditions in the event of approval. And we have a support petition on file. And the speaker is Orzan Stembuk.
Hi, Mr. Chair. This is Osran Stambuk at 15 Moreland Road.
Good afternoon. I don't think we need a full presentation. If you're open to just questions, I have one, but I'll leave it up to members first.
I'm certainly here to answer any questions, and I do feel like we have very good support from the neighborhood, and we have examples of cases that prove this fits into the character of the neighborhood despite certain variances, and I'm happy to go over anything.
Thank you. I had a question around variance 5, but I'm trying to figure out what it is now. Size and function. Sorry, I didn't, my notes are not clear enough to spark my memory for what I wanted to ask now, so I'm going to forego that question. Does anyone else have any questions? Okay. Sorry, Mr. Taylor?
Yes, sir. Regarding variance 2, can you tell us what the existing side yard setbacks are?
Absolutely. So, through you, Mr. Chair, this lot is kind of located at an angle to north and south. So the north and the south are considered the side lot lines. So currently, the north side lot line is quite a bit more. That's where we're proposing the majority of our kind of addition. The south lot line is pretty much existing, except that we're adding some cladding to kind of the existing setback. But in terms of existing, I'm going to be able to show you that, so we're on the same page. If staff could flip to the survey that was a part of the drawings, it would be on the second page after the cover page. Yeah, right there. So if staff was to zoom in there a little bit, you can see there is it says 2.44 meters to the bay window bump out, and we are actually bringing this vinyl garage that is currently detached from the home. We're bringing it as part of the dwelling. Right. And so that is becoming our new north side yard setback. So it's going from it's kind of an existing setback because the garage is already there, but we're provoking that setback because we are bringing that garage as a part of the dwelling. We're connecting it to the dwelling only on the second story, however.
So what's the side lot line setback for the garage that's coming down?
It's the garage is actually staying. We're going to extend the walls and to meet the second floor height, and currently it's 0.62 meters. So actually, the variance we're requesting.
Thank you.
Another one of those 3D challenged ones. Okay, any other questions? If not, I'm assuming there are no other speakers. So let's bring it into committee.
Mr. Chair, I'm prepared to bring a motion. Having considered the application, thank you to the presenter for answering the questions and understanding that there are seven neighbors have filed support. I move to approve subject to urban forestry condition 1. Excuse me.
Planning?
Yes? Condition 1.
And planning has 2 conditions.
And plus, yes, excuse me, and planning has 2 conditions, total of 3.
Okay, is there a seconder?
I'm sorry, were the planning conditions part of the motion?
Yes.
1
okay.
from urban forestry, 2 from.
2 from planning.
So,
I'll be happy to second the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. All in favor? Okay, that's unanimous approval. Thank you, Mr. Stenbeck.
Thank you very much.
Okay, item 12, 24 TOFIELD Crescent. This is an application of the existing three variances. Yes, there is a planning report on file, and our applicant.
No, Mr.
Hello. Okay. Been done?
No. The driveway company. So they started it, but they didn't complete it.
Okay, so tell us what this is all about, like a brief overview, and then why it stopped, or kind of like where are we at? Like, how did we get here?
Yeah, so I guess it started with the garden suite built in the back of the unit. That was completed early last year. So our driveways are kind of narrow, so we were making do for a while. We have 3 cars that we were kind of shuffling around, which was working for a while, but we then plans changed, and we might have to they might need another vehicle. So we wanted to just extend it, so another vehicle in the front there, just to minimize shuffling and add the proper space for that request.
Okay, so you haven't paved over in front of the house at this point?
No, it's not paved, no.
Okay. And you're not looking for a curb cut request, you're just looking to widen it? Okay, I get it.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And we have no objections, we have no comments from any municipal departments, so. Does anyone else have any questions, or are we ready to go into committee?
Mr. Chair, unless there are other questions or comments, I'm suggesting a motion.
Please.
This matter, I do not see any planning comments. Mr. Chair, did you
No.
mention that? No, just the plans. Excuse me, no comments.
There actually is there is a planning report, but they have no recommendation.
I move to approve this application as it satisfies the 4-part test, excuse me, and no conditions and no opposition, certainly from neighbors, and no conditions from the city.
Okay, so a motion to approve without conditions. Is there a seconder?
Second.
Thank you, Dominic. All in favor? Okay, unanimous approval. Thank you, sir.
Thank you all very much. Have a great day.
You too. Okay, item 13 is 19 Winnipeg Road. We've got Winnipeg outside right now. Existing dwelling and a new rear yard deck. There are 3 variances being worked. However, there are no recommendations, and there is nothing else in any municipal departments. And Carl, in person, yes. Come on up. And we still have people virtually online for this as well?
Well, we definitely did before. I can check again right now. We did, so the second speaker that you have on your list, Pietro Federici.
Yes.
They were never online. We emailed the person, but they never got back to us, so you can ignore that. However, the third speaker that you have is online still.
Okay, and he, am I correct to assume he wants to speak in support of this item?
That's what it says here on the, I mean, I can unmute them.
Can we confirm with
Sure.
Vladimir?
Okay, so Vladimir Savka, I'm going to unmute you now. And if you could just answer the chairman's question, please.
Hey, good afternoon. I just wanted to understand, are you here to support or oppose the application?
I am support.
You support, okay, thank you. Just wanted
Yes.
to know that. Excellent. Okay, so given that, I don't think we need a full presentation. If you want to give us a brief overview, and then we'll open it to questions, if you're good with that.
Absolutely, yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Quick overview, essentially, the only reason why we're standing here today, in my opinion, is that because of zoning, it essentially triggered these three variances based on the fact that they were including my basement.
The basement, that's right.
As the actual first story of my home. Had that not have been the case,
You wouldn't be here.
I wouldn't be here.
I think that's all you need to say. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. No questions, I'm assuming? Okay, Don?
Yes, sir. Variance 3.
Yes.
Can you tell us how high the deck is from grade at the back? I know the lot goes like that, but
Correct.
how from the surface of the deck to the grade, what's that distance?
Surface of the deck to the existing grade? Is
Yeah,
it?
to the finished grade when you're done.
Correct. So it's the same as it is now. Nothing's changing in terms of our grade. We actually have an existing deck there right now that's been there since before I purchased the home in 2009. That deck currently has an area of 23.78 square meters. The only reason we're actually asking for 40 square meters is because in our plans, that will now encompass where our main floor walkout is going to be. Our main floor walkout right now is not centered. So we're actually centering the main floor walkout. Basically from grade, I don't have the exact numbers. We're talking about 2.5 feet from the grade, which is where the sills of our basement windows are.
So it's basically the same height as the existing 28 square meter deck?
Nothing changing, no.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
If no one has any other questions or comments,
You're good.
I'm prepared to make a motion.
Thank you.
We have no other speakers anyway.
No.
Okay.
Well, we do. We have someone online in support.
Oh, that's right, but we're not.
I don't think we need to go back to him, just given we're running out of time.
Okay. So I did want to say that the letter that you sent out to the neighbors I thought was excellent. We don't always see that, so that was great. And I do think this application meets the 4 tests under the Planning Act. I think it's desirable, and I move for approval with no conditions.
Thank you, Ms. Alderson.
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Natalia. All in favor? Okay, unanimous approval. Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you to Mr. Schwatka for waiting online.
Thank you.
Okay.
I was probably one of the neighbors that got the letter.
Yeah. Okay, item 14, 12 25th Street. This is an application to construct a 2-story south side addition, a partial 2nd-story addition, a new front porch, and a rear deck. There are 3 variances being requested. We have 4 letters of support and a support petition as well. There are no comments from any municipal departments. Sandra Smith is the agent and originally in person, but due to weather, online?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. Sandra Smith is online and unmuted.
Okay, welcome, good afternoon. I don't think we need a full presentation. If you're open to just some questions, then we can take it that way.
That would be great. Feel free to ask questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, is there any, I'm assuming there are no other speakers?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so let's take it into committee. Is anyone ready for a motion?
Chair, I'm prepared to move approval of the 3 variances, granting the 3 variances with respect to FSI and also with respect to the eaves and as well as the parking. Move approval, no conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Gully.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you, Laura. All in favor? Unanimous approval. Thank you, Ms. Smith.
Thank you very much.
Hope it was worth the long wait.
I'm inside. It's fine. Thank you.
Item 15, 143 Symonds Street. This is an application to construct a second-story addition above the existing dwelling. There are 3 variances being requested. We have a support petition, and there are no comments from any municipal departments. Agent is online.
That's correct, Mr. Chair, and they have been unmuted.
Okay, welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. This is I'm the architect and the applicant. The address is 13 Hollyberry Trail in North York, Ontario.
Mr. Baghdadi, again, I don't think we open to us to do questions. That would be great. Are you okay with that?
Absolutely. I know it's late, and I before anything, just wanted to thank all the members to attend the today with this crazy weather.
It was
Yes, that's
okay. Members, is anyone ready for a motion?
Chair, I'm prepared to move a motion. 3 variances before us. In my view, mine test. One relates to a facade, the other relates to permanent side wall, the other relates to minimum height. 3 variances, minor, appropriate, necessary in terms of getting this done. Move approval, no conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Gully.
I'll second the motion with just a little bit of commentary. I nominate this application as the minorest of minor variance applications of the year to date. I know it's early.
Well,
Motion seconded.
Our first meeting, Don. but it's up there. Okay. All in favor? Okay, unanimous.
Thank you.
Okay, next item, 6 Thorndale. Construct story additions above the existing dwelling and a 3-story west side addition and new dwelling. There are 11 variances being requested. Forestry is requesting 2 in the event of approval. We have 4 letters of support. TRCA has advisory comments.
Mr. Chairman, just okay, so we have the agent who's online. The people that you have on your list are the owners, the second one, so they won't be speaking.
They won't be speaking. Okay.
That being said, there is not on your list.
Okay.
And they're an area resident.
That's fine. I was going to ask Joe to do a full presentation in any case, just given that we have some letters of objection. Mr. Dome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Joe Dome, 133 Torresdale Avenue, agent for the owner.
The floor is yours.
For some context, this is an old lot with a unique lot configuration, which backs onto the TRCA and RNFP regulated ravine, as evident on the site plan. It's accessed by a 60 by 20 foot right-of-way with a cobblestone driveway located between number 2 and number 10 Thorndale Avenue. The existing dwelling is actually set back more than 60 feet from the street, and the proposed 2-story addition above the existing dwelling and front and side 3rd-story additions is considered as a technical new 3-story dwelling, which was designed to provide a delicate balance between accommodating the needs of a family of 5 and minimizing the impact to the rear long-term stable top of slope, as well as to the neighboring properties. The only available option in this case is to build above and forward, and even with the challenges of the unique lot configuration, we do feel that the proposed dwelling effectively mitigates impact. And we have had conversations with planning staff, and they were supportive of the application. And furthermore, Urban Forestry, TRCA, RNFP have no concerns, and no concerns have been submitted from transportation. So all the relevant commenting departments are satisfied with the proposal. The existing basement and main floor walls at the north and south are retained, and the proposed side yard setbacks and lot coverage do comply with the bylaw. Now, 11 variances are requested. However, I'd note 6 of the requested variances are essentially technical in nature due to existing conditions, and the remaining variances are minor in nature. We did submit a revised cover letter to clarify the areas where there is confusion. If we could please bring up the revised cover letter and reference page 1. Variance number 3 refers to the requested lot depth of 28.94 meters. And as shown in the lower image, if you can scroll down just a little bit. Yes. So this dimension is inflated due to an existing condition stemming from the lot configuration, and with the dwelling being set far back from the required minimum front yard setback. The depth is measured to the existing north rear wall of the dwelling, which is being retained. Likewise, variance number 2 refers to the existing rear yard setback measured to the closest point of the existing rear wall, as shown on page 2 with the 11.81 meters highlighted. So that would be just on page 2. Just scrolling down a little bit. That's right. Right there, 11.81 meters is highlighted there. That's to the existing closest point of the dwelling to the rear. And so that is not changing in this proposal. And similar, variance number 10 refers to that same existing northeast corner of the dwelling as it relates to the setback from the long-term stable top of slope of 2.91 meters. Variance number 11 refers to a driveway width of 4.86 meters, and as is highlighted in the highlighted image of the driveway in purple on page 2, this pertains only to the widest point of the existing portion of the driveway. The small new portion located in front of the integral garage complies with the bylaw with a 3.43 meter width. And variances 6 and 8 essentially refer to an existing patio with the pinch points shown highlighted in the bottom image of page 2. The encroachment of the patio into the rear yard is also angled, and the variance refers to the furthest point. The remaining variances also require further context. Variance number 1 refers to the calculated FSI of 0.58 over the as of right 0.5. This reflects the zoning bylaw methodology, which excludes the area beyond the long-term stable top of slope from the lot area calculations. If the entire lot area was considered, the FSI would be 0.41. And regardless, mitigating impact is the fact that both side yard setbacks do comply with the 1.2 meter bylaw. The dwelling's location is set more than 60 feet back on the lot. It has the effect of not impacting the streetscape. In fact, it's not even visible from the streetscape. Number 8 is the dwelling that is visible from Thorndale. The proposed lot coverage and main wall height are also as of right, and I'd highlight that the FSI overage is essentially the partial due to the partial third floor, which is set back significantly from the west side lot line and also slightly from the south side. Furthermore, the northwest 2-story portion of the dwelling with the garage and second story above maintains privacy for both the owner and the neighbors at number 8, as there are no windows facing west on this wall of the dwelling closest to the lot line. It does help provide visual screening from the windows of number 8, which they do have windows that currently face toward the subject property. And there are numerous examples from the area for similar and larger approvals for FSI. A couple of examples, 27 Thorndale Avenue, 0.69, 33 Thorndale, 0.77.
I think we're good, Joe. If you could wrap up, please.
Okay. I would also point out the building height of 10.06 meters is also technical in nature. It really pertains to a very small portion of the roof in the middle of the dwelling.
It's not for the full
also
length,
shown. Yeah, and that's just the image right above this one, which just shows that
And
highlighted.
would you be opposed to tying to the building height variance to a elevation?
If committee sees necessary to do so, that would be okay. But I leave that up to committee.
No, but you would be okay with it should we choose to approve it?
Yes.
Just so that you're not getting a blanket height variance for the entire building.
Of course. Yes.
Okay, super. I'm going to cut you off there. Are there any other questions I have a few, sorry, let me get back to this. What is the actual building length?
Apology, the building length does meet the bylaw, so there's no
It's, so
variance
it's less
associated.
than 17 point whatever.
That's correct. It's 12.3.
Perfect, that's fine.
0.35.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that because, as you said, the depth variance is very much a technical variance given the location of the property. So
That's correct.
just wanted to clarify that. And the rear setback to the top of bank, is that existing situation?
That's correct.
And that's not being, so that won't be changed? Okay.
Yeah, the only option is to reduce impact. So as you can see on the drawings, the proposed construction is to upward and forward away.
Yeah, no,
from
that's fine. And TRCA is going to have their 2 cents on this anyway. So.
Yeah, and they've already issued
and they've
a
already
permit.
exactly. So we're good there. Okay. I think those are my questions. If anyone has any others. And lastly, you would not be opposed to tying to site plan for setbacks as well?
That's correct.
Perfect, thank you. If there are no other questions, we have another speaker.
Yes, that's correct. Francis Lee from 8 Thorndale, and they are now unmuted.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry, is that Francis?
That's Francis, yes.
Okay.
Yes, can you
Sounded
hear
a
me?
whole lot like Joe, so confusing. Okay.
Sorry,
Go
you
ahead.
can hear me okay?
Yeah, so
everyone?
we've got your name, your address, so let us know your
Yes,
thoughts.
yeah, my name is Francis Lee. I'm the owner and resident of 8 Thorndale Avenue, immediately adjacent to the subject property.
Yep.
So this proposal, as you know, includes a 2nd and 3rd story addition and a 3-story side addition that's treated as a new dwelling. So my comments address the planning merits, the neighborhood impact, and the 4 tests under the Planning Act. And for ease of reference, I have submitted a marked up excerpt of page 2 of the applicant's plans showing the areas of concern that I will reference. So point number 1, the variances are not minor, both cumulative in scale and impact. The application seeks 11 variances, several of which are substantial individually and significant in combination, including the building depth, which is a 52% proposed variance. The gross floor area, which is a 16% proposed variance, and the 3rd story rear terrace, which is 145% proposed variance. So taken together, these variances result, I believe, in excessive massing that cannot be reasonably described as minor. Point number 2, concentration of massing on limited usable land. So while the FSI calculation may be technically based on the full legal lot area, a significant portion of the site consists of ravine slope lands that are not usable tableland. Based on the figures shown in the plan set, excluding the non-tableland ravine slope results in a functional area of approximately 466 meters, and concentrating a proposed 347.6 meters square of gross floor area on this reduced area yields an effective density of approximately 0.75 FSI rather than the 0.58 FSI proposed.
That's quite contrary to what the applicant just said, so we're going to come back to that.
Okay. This demonstrates that the proposed massing is concentrated on a much smaller usable portion of the site than the FSI figure suggests, contributing to overdevelopment increased impacts. Point number 3, direct neighborhood or neighbor impacts not desirable. As the immediate neighbor, I experience direct and tangible impacts, including the loss of privacy and increased overlook, particularly from the adjacency of the new dwelling, which is, I believe, southeast of my kitchen window. And I've circled area A of the adjacent property relationship on the annotated plan. Increased shadowing and sense of enclosure resulting from excessive building depth and height, and reduced rear yard amenity beyond what is typically anticipated in a stable low-rise neighborhood. So these impacts render the proposed proposal undesirable for this site. Point number 4, intent of the zoning bylaw and official plan. The zoning bylaw's controls on building depth, height, floor area, and setbacks exist to manage massing and protect neighboring properties A proposal that exceeds permitted depth by more than 50% and more than doubles the permitted third-story terrace area undermines that intent. The official plan requires development in neighborhoods to respect and reinforce existing physical character. The scale and form proposed do not meet this standard, I don't believe. Number 5, tree removal, excavation, and risk to adjacent properties. And I would say that this is probably my biggest concern, committee members. The proposal requires the removal and injury of multiple mature trees and hedge sections. The arborist report acknowledges that construction will occur within minimum tree protection zones and contemplates the need for specialized excavation methods and structural support, including engineered shoring to manage these impacts. These measures are proposed to protect trees. However, they also underscore the depth and proximity of excavation required for a 3-story structure located immediately adjacent to my property line and home. This again is in circled area A, trees identified for removal noted by C in the annotated plan. The removal and injury of trees that currently contribute to soil stability, stormwater absorption, combined with deep excavation, increase the risk of soil movement and altered drainage patterns affecting neighboring properties. I'll also note for your consideration, committee members, that since 2012, since I've been in this house, we've flooded twice, and the flood has initiated from area A, which is immediately adjacent to the new proposed build. I also note that their current plans have drainage, which are pointed into area A, which would further exacerbate the risk of flood. In this context, I respectfully request that engineered shoring designed to protect adjacent properties be explicitly required, and that the need for such extensive protective measures be recognized as evidence that the impacts introduced by this proposal are not minor in nature. So for the reasons above, the proposal does not, in my opinion, clearly meet the 4 tests under the Planning Act, and I respectfully request that the application be refused.
Okay, thank you. I have some questions. I think committee members may as well. Do you understand the way the variance for, sorry, I've lost my spot. Actually, committee members, do you have any questions while I find my notes? No? Okay, I'm going to come back to that. Just hold on. This is item 16. Okay, so the building depth variance, do you understand how that's calculated?
You're welcome to provide an explanation, committee chair.
Sure, it's from the road to the rear of the property. So if these drawings are correct, from the road to the front of the property is 19 meters. So how can someone build a structure on that lot and comply with that variance, in your opinion?
I mean, I'm not a building engineer. I'm simply.
Well, you're commenting on the inappropriateness of variances, and I'm trying to explain to you the nature of that variance. Now that I've pulled up the drawing, it actually says it's 21.33 meters from the front of the road to the front of the house. So in order to comply with that variance, there would essentially have to be no structure on that property. Does that seem reasonable?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand the point.
If staff can pull up drawing Z02.1. Okay. What's the variance that's being requested? What's the numeric value of? Okay, so the distance from Thorndale to the house, according to this, if I'm not mistaken, is 21.33 meters. Yet the allowable building depth number is 19 or 17 point something. So that makes it impossible to build on this site. It's not low, okay. Let me get the notice. Oh, you still haven't got it?
I'm sorry, are you still speaking with me, Mr.
No,
Chair?
no, no, I'm sorry. I'm trying to get staff to pull up the drawing for you, and we're having technical issues. So I mean, that's why they call, I guess I'll make my statements and then we'll look at it in the interest of time. That's why this is referred to as a technical variance, because the actual permitted building depth is 19 meters, but 19 meters from the street doesn't even reach the lot. So it's an impossibility to meet that variance. So the argument that it's being exceeded by 50 or whatever percent is not relevant to.
So yeah, so those were, I guess, there were three parts to my argument that the scale was excessive. So if you feel that one of those three needs to be eliminated, then no, I feel that's...
I'm just trying to explain to you why I don't feel it's relevant, why that particular one is relevant.
Okay, I appreciate the explanation.
And then with regards to the rear yard setback, again, that's an existing situation. I'm not sure what your other two pillars of the three were.
Yeah, by far my strongest concern, obviously, is the new build, right? You can see that it basically is right in the southeast side of where my current window looks out. But more than that, the risk to flooding with the excavation required.
Okay. We'll come back to that with the applicant in terms of whether the footprint is changing or not. So we'll come back to that one. Does anyone have any other questions? No? Okay.
I do want to just also just make sure that there was no, I guess, confusion, or maybe the consideration was made for the right-of-way portion of the property.
What consideration?
I'm just wondering if that kind of contributes to the technical variance that you're describing.
No, because it's not being measured. That's the problem, is the way that the plans examiner has chosen to interpret this variance. They're not way, they're measuring it from the public street. If it was measured from the right-of-way, that variance wouldn't exist.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very unique lot, as you can see.
It is indeed.
Rough over a third of the land is ravine slope.
Yeah. Well, it's also essentially hidden from the street.
Mm-hmm.
I live in that neighborhood, and I didn't even know it was there until I saw this application.
That's fair.
So, okay. Are there any other speakers? Paul? Any other speakers?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. No, there are no more speakers for this one.
Okay, so I'm going to ask Mr. Doan to come back for his rebuttal.
Yes, I would echo those the comments in addressing those particular issues. I did notice, I did note that there was concerns about the terrace. It is a relatively small increase. It is actually not facing number 8 at all. It's facing in the opposite direction, and it has no overlook to number 8. It's also incorporated in the roof line of the dwelling. There's as far as impact with drainage, I will note that the setback is as of right, and that because the FSI overage, I mean, essentially it's the 3rd story, the 2-story portion along that side is as of right, and essentially that drainage would be adequately addressed at the building permit stage as per the usual procedure. And of course, the owners would comply with any recommendations that the city has, and all the other commenting bodies regarding the trees. They find everything acceptable with this application. There really isn't much of an impact as far as privacy is concerned. As I mentioned in my presentation, that wall along the west side, it doesn't have any windows on it, and it also helps to improve the privacy conditions because number 8 actually does have windows that are facing the subject property, and this would be at the allowable distance, but it still would be able to provide privacy to the rest of the dwelling as well. So, so this really does, I think, meet the criteria for acceptable privacy.
Okay, I would also, sorry, Joe, are you done? Because I have questions.
Sure, yes.
Okay. I just want to also clarify the other deputant's comments with regards to FSI, because I believe there were 2 contradictory statements that were made here by him and by you. You were saying that the FSI of 0.58 is exclusive of the ravine portion of the property. Is that not correct?
So what I will say is that what's identified on the public notice, on the zoning notice, that was identified by the zoning examiner due to TRCA having identified the long-term stable top of slope. So the requested variance for the FSI is correct, excluding the area beyond the long-term stable top of slope. So I'm not sure how the neighbor is providing that assessment, but the correct calculation of the requested floor space index was provided by the city.
Okay, and so if you were to include all of the land on that site, include not just the tableland, but the ravine land, then you, in fact, according to your calculations, would not even require this variance. Is that not correct?
That's correct. It would actually be 0.41,
which would be below the maximum.
Which would be below the allowable 0.5.
Okay, so this assertion that you are going at 1 point something is not correct then?
That's right.
Okay, just wanted to clarify that. That was it for me. As I said, to give some support to the neighbors, if it alleviates their concerns, you said you were okay to tie the height variance to the elevation, and you were okay to tie the FSI to the, or sorry, the setback to the site plan. So just confirming on both of those, right?
That's correct.
Perfect, thank you.
So just a follow up to what the chair was saying, that northwest wall, you have no windows, there's no glazing whatsoever on that side, and that setback is 1.2 meter. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that is the only facade that actually faces number 6.
Number 8.
Isn't that a fact?
Number 8.
Yes,
Sorry, number 8.
Number 8, yes.
Yes. That's the only facade that faces number 8.
That's correct.
And almost in terms of length, it's almost the same as number 8. I know it has articulations, but it's almost the same. It's not greater to the north or greater to the south.
That's correct. I would argue number 8 has a similar massing and is more visible from Thorndale Avenue.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dominic. Any other questions? Is anyone ready for a motion, or do we need some discussion on the merits?
Chair, may I ask one other further question?
Please.
I know in my notes I have TRCA has responded, right? And they have no objections to this.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay. That's what we understand. Yeah, they still have advised. No, the permit's been issued. Okay. Yeah. The rear setback and top of bank is an existing situation. It's not changing. The side setbacks are not changing. The building height, they're willing to confine it to that one little bump up. And many of the other variances, as we got into in some detail, are what we would call technical variances.
Mr. Chair, unless there's more discussion or comments to be made,
Don't think so.
I am bringing a motion on clarification in our discussions on the basis that urban forestry has no conditions.
Yes, they do.
Condition. VEAN has no conditions. In that, on balance,
Anything to the drawings, or are you just going to let it? Regards to setbacks and to the elevation, I got to figure out what elevation, but perhaps tie to restrict the height. Forestry too, yeah.
Member Chair is asking applicant.
Yes, if you the opinion tie
Makes sense to me.
Okay, and with confirmation from the applicant to that,
Yeah.
elevation.
Thank you, Natalia.
But when looking at this application, you see it's variances and how can it be in an application? A lot of these issues are to the nth degree. So as far as the project is concerned, and I'm going to second that motion with those.
Thank you, Golly. Unanimous approval. Thank you, Mr.
Just repeat what the site elevation as it relates to the height of the
As the plan is for setbacks. And thank you to the neighbor. Next item, 17, 2 more to go. 10. This is an application to convert the attached garage space, one variance being.
Yeah, that's me.
Good afternoon. Thank you for.
Oh, no worries. On the own property.
Okay.
Actually.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think we have comments from any. We understand the application into storage climate.
Yeah.
Space, I think.
Have a point of bit non-habitable. So,
Not going to be, they're probably best use, but anything that's going to be a workroom meant to be there so that I can access this from the inside. I can move things in from outside into that space. The front space is not going to be converted from. You're going to need to see a garage space where I know level or well, not like a the outside and one from the inside, so I can go in and out any materials that I need for whatever I do, like a lot of stuff, book bindings, artwork, basically crap. Sorry.
I think try to. It's going to be habitable in terms of zoning, but it's not going to be our staff.
Sorry.
Fair? Because otherwise the statements are kind of contradictory.
Staircase, it's called a heat den, so that's how.
Okay, but sign let's pull that up because I'm just going to go right now. Is it part of the cover letter or no?
Letter, yep.
Yeah, but that's OBC, so that doesn't relate to zoning. So whether.
But that's what I'm saying. For zoning purposes, it's going to comply with building code.
Yeah, but
So,
I don't know anything about building code, so, and that's not before the committee. So as far as we're concerned, it's habitable.
okay. So I'm just trying to square the circle, Barb.
Okay, no problem.
So it's habitable from a zoning perspective, but not from a building code.
Are you asking me again?
No, absolutely not.
Chair, it's habitable space, but if the applicant were to apply to put in a bathroom or put in a sink or change the plumbing, then automatically that would require a building permit. So the applicant would then have to apply for a building permit and then have to meet the building.
Yeah, I mean, the concern here is, are we approving something that is not legal because if the applicant puts a bed in there and there's a fire and there's a problem, have we just approved something that's technically not legal? There was a zoning review. But that's the issue that Laura's raising, is we have this undertaking that is not going to be habitated space, right?
From the sense of it being habitated, it was predominantly for me to store
Okay, did
my.
someone ask you to write this letter, or how did this come about?
I did not write a letter. I have hired Permit Works to do my permits for that.
Because you're
but I was gonna do the presentation.
you're a signatory to a letter that says it's not habitable space. You're aware of that, right?
Yes, I think so. But maybe I was unclear about what habitable meant, as in this, like no one's going to be living in there, so to speak. It'd be like if I was doing a studio in my garage. So, or I had a workbench in my garage. I'm just heating it. And so maybe I misunderstood, and I'm sorry about that. But it would be like if I opened my garage door and I put an easel in there, and that's where I stored my painting supplies. But I don't want my paints to go rotten, and I don't want my fabric to get eaten by mice. So I've asked for it to be
heated.
To be, yeah, just to be
So
heated and to
essentially,
have some insulation in there.
it's temperature controlled storage.
Yeah,
Yeah.
really, basically.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what it is. And I thought the variance was more to do with the taking away a parking space as opposed to whether or not it was habitable space.
So based on the floor plan, it shows new loft above for storage only, new unheated storage. That's at the front where the door to the garage.
That's at the front.
Been. But
Yes.
the remainder of the room is called new heated den. That is habitable.
It's not a den. It's not a den.
That's what your plans say before the committee. That is what you or your applicant submitted to the committee.
Okay. I don't agree with the word den. We had an argument about that before. They were going to call it a gym, and that wasn't right either.
That's not right either. I mean, if it was labeled as heated storage, I don't think there'd be any issue. The variance isn't a problem. I mean, the variance is basically for you to have a legal parking spot in front of your garage. We don't have a problem with that.
Okay.
The problem is the way that letter is worded and your drawings. We don't want to be approving living space that is not building code compliant.
Yes, I understand that. But could you define living space for me?
Yeah, where you do anything indoors other than just storing stuff.
Okay, so what if you have a shed and you do work in it? Like, I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm just trying to understand the difference. Like, a lot of people don't use their garage for cars. They use it for, they do some woodworking in there, they do projects in there.
Understood.
Yeah, and that's basically what I'm doing, is trying to carve out a small space for myself to, put up an easel.
I get it
But
entirely.
if that is going to be a problem, I can actually make it heated storage and use the small bedroom as my workspace.
This is like the female equivalent
We're splitting here
of a man cave.
Yeah, I know. I'm really sorry.
It's kind
I
of
don't
like
mean
the
to be
female
difficult at
equivalent of
all.
a man cave. But
Yeah, I'm really, really sorry. I'm trying to.
that's why I was confused, and that's why I asked the question, because I saw them as diametrically
I understand.
opposed.
Yeah, no, I understand. I don't mean to argue.
We're trying to figure out a way that
Do we have a notice issue?
It's not a notice issue because we're dealing with the zoning bylaw.
we're just dealing
The
with the
committee has no say or jurisdiction. Whatever you call it will not affect how the building code and a
Okay.
building permit is issued. They've applied for a zoning review. This is the variance that was identified based on these plans. They're converting a garage to non-garage space. It's part of the house, which means it's habitable.
So, Chair,
Okay.
So for us, we don't have a problem. You're going to need to sort this out when you apply.
No,
for
if
permit.
anyone's going to have a problem, it's the applicant.
Yeah, when they go for permit.
Right.
Right.
Chair, what we're tasked with making a determination on is a parking space may not be located in the front yard or side yard abutting a street. They're gonna be proposed parking in the front yard.
Yep.
That driveway is approximately 14 meters long. They can park
Lots
in
of
that front
space.
yard and
Yep.
not adversely impact themselves or anyone else.
Absolutely.
So
So
the only thing before us is that.
that variance, but we're just flagging what is going to potentially be an
That's
issue.
actually good to, it's actually really good to know. So I'll be talking to
Yeah, so just,
the people I've hired to do the permits.
yeah, so you need to have a discussion with them in terms of what you're going to call that space.
Okay,
Okay.
that I can do.
With regards to this variance, is anyone ready for a motion?
Chair, I prefer to move a motion, move that the application be approved with no conditions.
Thank you.
I second that motion.
Thank you. All in favor? Unanimous approval. Thank you.
Thank
Good
you
luck.
very much, and I will, thank you. I might need it. Thank you.
Don't fall asleep out there.
Okay, our last item of what was supposed to be the morning agenda, number 18, 7 Bearwood Drive. This is an application to legalize and maintain the residential dwelling that is currently under construction. A previous Committee of Adjustment application approved variances related to lot coverage, floor space index, front and side yard setbacks, height, roof eaves, projections, and location of platforms. We have 7 variances are being requested as part of this application. Planning is requesting a condition of approval in the event that we approve. TRCA has chimed in as they are fine, and we have on record an order to comply. Bruno Lopez.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Chair and committee members, my name is Bruno Lopez. I'm Excel Engineering and Associates located at 1649 Sinclair Avenue West.
Okay. Explain to us how we wound up here, why you are here now and the house is already under construction.
Absolutely, Mr. Chair. This is a little bit of a deja vu. So what happened is during excavation and the construction, because this was an existing dwelling that we were trying to maintain 50% of the walls. Unfortunately, the north side wall where the new garage is to be built, that we have done a new wall, had its own structural issues. So we had to slightly adapt the design. And when we adapted the design, actually give us a little bit of freedom to actually give something that we didn't had on the first design, which is access from the basement and create a walkout situation from the basement there on the under the garage. So literally what we did, if you look at the drawings, you'll see that on the north side there is a bit of a little addition that we have done there. And for structural purposes, we literally kinked it out a bit, so we did a square garage. So if you notice the plans before, it was a very odd, very challenging. Again, we had structural situations there that were a little bit unpleasant. So we have to fix it. And again, taking a little bit of advantage of these structural challenges, we readapt the design, we create a little bit room, and with that, pretty much all the variances are pretty much the same. So 6 of the variances are deja vu. So GFA went from 38% to 40, FSI from 0.57 to 0.58. The setbacks, the front, the sides, it's pretty much small adjustments. There was a few centimeters. The same thing with the height. The height maintains the same, so it's the same variance. Actually, this variance is supposed not to be here because it was granted before. I don't know why, but I don't discuss with zoning too many times. In terms of the last one, the 7th one, so the big difference is there was a little balcony that was sort of enclosed within the footprint of the 2nd floor. And during construction, the owner didn't like the idea too much because when they saw it in reality, the lady was not that pleasant.
Yeah, the size differential is very small. Don't worry about it.
Yes, so we just need to relocate the balcony over the existing extension that is at the house. So everything is so minor. I wish I could not be here, but because of the challenges that we had, we just had to go through it.
No worries. Okay, and the condition, you're aware of the condition the planning is asking us to impose?
Yes, absolutely. We were in talks with planning. They were on board. They were really pleased with our application. They didn't raise any red flags, and yes, they asked to site plan.
Okay, so if we tie it to the site plan, that will reflect what you've actually built at this point?
Yes, 100%. We took a survey, and the survey was actually to give us the exact point. So whatever we have before us, it's the exact existing condition.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions from panel members? No? No other speakers?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, excellent. Let's take it into committee.
So Chairman, I'm looking at this application as application to know, as far as I'm concerned, it's fairly new. It's new, even though they've started and so on. We have reports from TRCA, they're fine. Planning wants to ensure that certain things are done with respect to site plan. The applicant has agreed to the fact that he's going to abide by the planning conditions reported in their report of December 12th. I believe that individually and collectively, this does meet the test. Move approval with planning condition.
Thank you, Donna.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you, Laura. All in favor? Approval.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes our morning agenda.
Beautiful.
Whoever's here for the afternoon session, we can't have you in here during